Okay, Money, everyone, and we're live. We begin as we always do with a prayer to the ancestors to guide us, to give us wisdom, enlightenment, understanding, to share insight, and to receive the same with grace. So, welcome, Karibu. Okay, so today it's hopefully going to be a short one, but you know how it goes. But we are talking about white worship or the worship of whiteness. Um, okay, it's been a while, so it takes a while to get used to you know to the rhythm of things. So but I appreciate everyone who is here, who's going to be here, and who listen later. Firstly, Karibu Sana Koku, the Beta Medicine podcast. Thank you for being on better time than mine. You were here before, so Amani to you. Uh, yes, I said it was a miracle, so I am here. Karibu, everyone, and we shall begin. Ah, yes, Zuli is here. Wow, wow, Ezuli. Okay, okay. You just came in firing, didn't you?
Wow,
Whoa,
Ezuli.
okay, that's me.
Okay.
Sorry. You know, things happen and so on and so forth. Okay, karibu. Ezuli is here. Yes, talking all that stuff. Um, Amani, provide triggers for evolution. Welcome, karibu. Yes, good to have you all here. Oh, okay. And we have Solomon Eden. Karibu. So, yeah, today is just going to be open and just open conversation. So, you all welcome. So, greetings, everyone. Okay, so according to Ezuli, I have left the States. I was not there, but okay. Karibu, provide triggers for evolution is here. Greetings to you. Um, Karibu, Ezuli. Karibu, provide triggers for evolution. Solomon Eden 777. Karibu to you. Okay, so let us begin. We shall begin with a brief. Oh, yeah, the picture that was what's his name, Mobutu. I always confuse Mobutu and Mugabe. I have to put the name and the face in my mind together. But yes, that was Mobutu. I think that was a former pope. I can't remember. But anyway, let's see about this screen sharing. Ah, you know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We always do, don't we? Yes, there we go. Okay, so only thing is I can hardly see it, and I'm sure if I can't see it, then neither can you. What did they say about shoot, making it like shoot. Okay, nope, nope, nope. Uh, let's see. How shall we do this? Okay, so I can't seem to make it any bigger. And I thought I was so prepared today. I thought I was just, you know, doing everything correct. But, you know, things happen as they do. So we'll do this. Okay, maybe. Nope. Okay, you know what? How about this? Sorry. If you'll all if you'll all bear with me for let's say 4 minutes. I'm just saying four, just to put it out there to estimate the time it's going to take for me to figure all these things out. So if you just bear with me for just a second, I'll try to get another screen and then get the proper thing, layout, all of that stuff. So doop, 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 doop. So what, go and come back. No, I don't mean to be rude. No, stay for a while and meditate about what we're about to speak of today. Okay. Oh, it's really. Oh, you know what? Just relax and be cool. Yeah, nobody has to be. Nobody has. Look, if anybody should know, you should. So, you seem to be the expert on the streets. So, I don't know. You should come up and tell us more about it. And don't worry, it won't be long. Today is not one of those presentation days. Today is just a normal, a normal one. So let's see. We'll get it there. No, in fact, why am I even trying to? Ah, okay. Once I figure all this out, oh, you're a reformed street sweeper. Azuli, you are not reformed at all. No, you're not reformed. You're there every day trying to big quote unquote reform, reform the young ladies, show them the way and all that stuff. No, nobody is buying all that reformation stuff. So you're out there, like the pastor, you know, all ye, welcome. All ye are welcome unto the house of God, who will wash away your sins and all that stuff. So, okay. Here you go. In like, let's say 20 seconds, we'll be there. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, nope. Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you can, please please do a word, because for a minute there, I did some sonic, yeah, that terrified even me. So if
please, you can hear. Say one. Okay, okay, okay. You can hear. You can hear. That's good. That's great. Wonderful, wonderful, Azuli. Thank you. So let us continue. Um, so I shall do the article. Yeah, yeah. It's not even a big one. That's the whole thing. Okay, it seems I have to go back and actually get the slide. So see, that's why you know that I am not a professional at this. This is I am just doing this for the fun of it. And right now it's not so much fun, I have to say. So, you know, forgive me for that. Okay, oh wow. Hey Juju. I hope you have brought me good luck because right now I am being frustrated by everything. Yes, but it happens. It happens. What I say is that we have all the time in the world, so we will just relax and enjoy the ride. Okay, okay. So let's see. So I'm trying to share this slide, and for some reason I cannot get it to be, legible. Yeah, that's the word. Legible, and it's just defying all reasons. I know it's been a while, but the last time it went so well that I'm just mad at myself for this one. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can do this. Hold on. I could just like share a screen or something. Can't believe I'm such an amateur, you know, a true amateur. Okay, let me know if you can read this. If you can, we will continue. If not, oh well. Okay, so it's now on full screen. If you can read it, please say so. Oh, it's really a Juju. Okay, okay, go ahead, entertain yourselves. So let us read. They were oppressors. This is an article by hold on. Exit full screen. Shoot. Okay, I am not looking good at all. Jazz Zola is here. Habari Ja. Welcome to the program. Welcome. Good to have you. Shoot. What should I do? Yes. So, yeah. Habari Janzole. So while I'm floundering around. Oh, you're ready. Okay, good. We'll be on in a second. Once I get to read the article, and then I switch back to regular programming, and then we'll be able to have a conversation. We have to set it up. So yes. Okay, so Janzole is in the house. Zuli, Juju. Yeah, poor to you too, Janzola. Zulist crying thug tears when thugs cry. Okay. Anyway, so so let's be serious. So we're reading the article. They were oppressors, but they were treated as gods. let us read. 5 minute read, yeah. So see if we can make it as big as possible. I think that's the biggest it can be. Oh well, yeah, that is the biggest it can be. Oof. Wow, that is big. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, here we go. So, so it is from the book Accidental Gods by Anne Della Subin. It's just as a summary, so we're not reading all 300 and something pages of it. This is just the synopsis. They were oppressors, but they were treated as gods. A provocative history of men who are worshipped as gods that illuminates the connection between power and religion and the role of divinity in a secular age. Ever since 1492, when Christopher Columbus made landfall in the New World and was hailed as a heavenly being, the accidental god has haunted the modern age. From Haile Selassie, acclaimed as the living god in Jamaica, to Britain's Prince Philip, who became the unlikely center of a new religion on a South Pacific island, men made divine, always men, have appeared on every continent. Men made divine, whew, men who were made divine have always appeared on every continent, and because these deifications always emerge at moments of turbulence, civil wars, imperial conquest, revolutions, they have much to teach us. In a revelatory history spanning 5 centuries, a cast of surprising deities helps to shed light on the thorny questions of how our modern concept of religion was invented, why religion and politics are perpetually entangled in our supposedly secular age, and how the power to call someone divine has been used and abused by both oppressors and the oppressed. Moving from Guatemala to Korea to India, a historian Ana Della Sabin explores how such cults arise and shows how the deification has served colonized peoples as a means of defiance. Conversely, we see how Columbus, Cortez, and other white explorers amplified stories of their godhood to justify their dominion over native peoples, setting into motion the currents of racism and exclusion that have plagued the New World ever since they touched its shores. At once deeply learned and thoughtfully antique, Accidental Gods offers an unusual keyhole through which to observe the creation of our modern world. It is that rare thing, a lyrical, entertaining work of ideas, one that marks the debut of a remarkable literary career. Anyway, forget the last part. So basically, it's the exploration of how religion and politics intertwine in what we consider a secular age. The age that we live in is supposedly either, separation of church and state, or, except for theological states, is mostly secular. The popular non-theological culture is still very much prominent, even in the, in the religious states. They were oppressors, but they were gods. So this is a more in-depth summary. So this is the Kashmir Gate in New Delhi. So this aspect of worshipping of oppressors is not, singular to, blacks and whites and so on. This is something that is seen across different cultures, but it's usually, the white worship, not usually the other way around. So this is the gate in Kashmir in New Delhi, and it was damaged during the Indian Mutiny of 1857. British Army officer John Nicholson died capturing the city from the rebels and was mourned by the local Sikhs, Hindus, and Muslims who worship him. So that's the John Nicholson was not most people's idea of a god working on earth, unless it was a vengeful Old Testament kind. The British Army officer spent months as a prisoner of war in Kabul in 1842, then found the body of his brother mutilated in the Khyber Pass. At that point, his disdain for the people of South Asia hardened into hatred. Yet, as he ascended the ranks of the army in northern India, observers noticed that his subjects did not merely tolerate their conqueror, they worshipped him. A devout circle of 256 sepoys trailed him everywhere, refusing government pay. They crept into his tent at night to prostrate themselves as Nicholson sorted through imperial paperwork and tried to ignore them. Some years later, a Hindu holy man began preaching that Nicholson was an avatar of Brahma, a god he called Nikal, saying, Muslims claimed he was a reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad's martyred grandson. When this economical mix of worshippers prayed at Nicholson's feet, he ordered them whipped, which only increased the fervor of their devotion. The godman died during the Indian Mutiny in 1857. Some of his followers were so distraught they killed themselves. The cult of Nicholson is one of many stories that historian Anna Dillon traces in her first book, Accidental Gods. It's a fascinating exploration of the paradoxes of humanity's religious instincts and the power of followers to defy flawed mortals against their will. From South Pacific Islands' worship of Prince Philip to Captain Cook's brutal end in 1779 at the hands of Hawaiians who deified him as the hold on, yes, who took him for a death-defying deity. Her narrative lives through time and finds the same sequence again and again. Imperial subjects who extend and twist the logic of domination, declaring the white man in uniform to be a god, although it is not always clear why. So, everywhere the subject is the same, the object is the same, the white man and the subjects are the different people from Hawaii, Nepal, India, and all these places. There are superficial deviations from this pattern. Jamaicans who marveled at National Geographic photographs of Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie and built the Rastafarian religion around him. An 11-year-old Indian boy, Jiddu Krishnamurti, forced by white theosophists to play Messiah. Oh man, if you guys, watched Attack on Titan, okay, sorry, I have to deviate for a second, but you remember the story of Ymir, that girl who was forced to play, forced, bribed, whatever. She was playing, pretending or playing to be, the reincarnation of the old god, the old deity Ymir, from the old legend of the first person to get the Titan power, the first woman, and then she gave it to her descendants through blood and so on. So yeah, if you all remember Ymir. So yes, they have people who have been. So Attack on Titan also deals with that whole deification of or foisting that deification, especially on a child. So we have that instance too of of this young boy who was taught by the white theosophists to play Messiah. And also, Gandhi's followers also elevated him to divine status, to the horror, I don't know if it's true, of the Raj. And Gandhi himself. Reports circulated that merely invoking his name could help a devotee recall locate a lost wallet, or multiply the livestock in his flock. Despite his belief in sacrifice, renunciation, and non-harm, the Mahatma became a wrathful, vengeful god in the tales of his acts. Oh man, raining feces on a lawyer who defied his call for non-cooperation. Subin writes, okay. Yes, the wrath of the feces. Okay. But these cases too shows religion as a coping mechanism of the oppressed. White Protestant condescension towards colonized people deemed primitive, the power of followers to bestow charisma regardless of a leader's innate allure. Subin is so we talk about the Indian colonial subjects supplying the shrines of dead British officers with brandy and cigarettes. So they were the Indians who were bringing brandy and cigarettes to the shrines of British officers. Japanese prophetess haunted by visions of General Douglas MacArthur. While none of these cults evolved into major religious movements, with the exception of Rastafarianism, they shed a new light on the dynamic of colonialism and the misunderstandings um, of the world they partially control. To declare a foreigner to be an avatar of a Hindu deity is not at all the same thing as accepting him as a new Jehovah Christ. It is much an act of assimilation as subservience. Um, the book exposes the human urge to worship something, anything, especially forces we can't understand. Underneath this rich narrative, however, lies a familiar formula and a long-standing debate about what religion really is. Um, the political comes into Accidental Gods follows an ideological playbook popular since the mainstreaming of Michel Foucault's ideas in the 1980s, one that reduces religious and cultural phenomena to a story about power, usually racialized power. So, so religion and culture is a means to to exercise your power. And most of the time, it's usually power that has a racial bent to it. The political comes into being when we distinguish between men and gods, a line as primordial as that between friend and foe, and as old as Adam's fall. Subin writes, who decides who is it a deity and who is a man? Political power is the ability to create something out of nothing, just as God once labored to bring light and dry earth from the void. The study of religion is what she calls mythopolitics, how power is also often rooted in myth. Pull back the curtain of complex rituals and mystical encounters, and you find merely another venue in which bad guys with power find ways to control good guys without it. Well, I wouldn't say that it's always, good guys. I think that mm, power affects people differently. So it's not necessarily that powerless people are good and that rich people, people with power necessarily bad. But, that's, the general way it seems like, but religious practice is simultaneously at the heart of this book. As a surface phenomenon in the West, a pious vanish on imperialist prejudices, or in the East, a false consciousness that blinds believers to their own subjugation. Subin seems ambivalent. She defends these cults against Western mockery, while also discussing the agony of so much righteous energy channeled into worship of white male oppressors rather than revolution. It is telling that accidental God does not follow a strictly chronological order, but jumps around in time. Towards the end of the book, we meet an India farmer who carries around an icon of Donald Trump. A final section called White Gods bring chronological whiplash. Centuries back to Columbus, Cortes, and Cook, and the self-serving myths of the conquistador godhood, the organizing principle is not historical but theological. It culminates in the unveiling of white supremacy as the original sin that explains all human experience. There is no doubt that examining racism and political power is fundamental to understanding the history of religion, but sometimes these frameworks become reductionist. Can they fully explain, for example, the bizarre cult of Nikal saying, why Sikhs, Hindus, and Muslims chose this particular cruel and grumpy British officer with no obvious charisma and presumably many equally grumpy and cruel colleagues as their object of worship? So the dazzling range of human religious experience is by turns moving, horrifying, familiar, and gloriously weird. She does not answer the questions, but raises the investigation of how humans make meaning and order out of suffering and chaos. All right, so that was not too bad. Yeah, so it's just I look at the way that people take religion and mostly the systems that we do not understand, and then they take them and they make the people who bring them the same oppression as the masters become the gods. They become the ones that because part of religion is also morality. It's also the organization of community. It's the way that you look at life, the way that you adjust your life and your priorities. And so, if you when you that is taken from you, especially, or you give it up, I don't know, either way. But when you take on something else, it's not just taking someone's religion, it's also, taking on, their person. You cannot just say, oh, whiteness is not just an abstraction. When we say, white worship is not an abstraction of whiteness, it's actual, white people. And some cultures have taken that to the next extreme of not just worshiping white gods, but making gods out of white people. And it's very common. But what is less common, but also adjacent to that, is the worship, not just of the spiritual or the religion and so on, but the mentality. There's different ways that we are all under, the white system. None of us is completely outside of it. We can look at these people and say, oh, they must be, extra strange or weird, or all that. But we all do it to different extents. Some people do it through culture, through the worship of white culture. Some people do it through the worship of white people, and some people do worship white people. When you see how we interact with people. Oh, wow. Sorry about that. I had accidentally muted myself. Okay. Yes. So, ah, well, hello, Habari Oni. Yes, yes, it was an anime reference, but it was from the article I was reading earlier. Okay, let me go through it very quickly. What brought that about? So we were talking about how culturized and how some aspects of deification of whiteness in different cultures. So, oh, what did I do? Okay, so I can go through the article again really quickly to bring everyone up to speed. So let me see if I can. It wasn't that long actually. To Okay, let me go. Let's see the anime. Yes, that was the idea, the email. So it was about how deification has served colonial peoples. It has both been an act of subservience and an act of defiance. And it looks at how religion was invented, how religion and politics are entwined in the secular age, and how some cultures have taken, the oppressor, and turned the oppressor into their god, both as a means of, assimilation and also a means of subservience. And in some cases, to some extent, I don't see how, but as a means of defiance. So I would say, for the defiance, we look at, the Rastafarians, for example, who took the religion. I don't know how much of Christianity is in Rastafarianism, but they took some aspects of Christianism to create their culture-based religion. So that's not exactly deification. I see more examples in the author mentions Guatemala, Korea, India. I don't know whether they studied cases in Africa. I don't know if there are any to that extent. But even in our taking on of Western Western, not just religion. We all often think that worship is just religion, but even of Western concepts, economics, politics, education. When you look at African countries, for a large part of it, we're still, working under Western systems. Our education system is still modeled greatly after the British system and increasingly after the American one. Boarding schools, primary, secondary schools, classrooms, and all that. There are some differences, but it's still largely, Western concept. Our legislative system, our, parliaments in some countries, in some countries they have, I don't know what's the American system. Do they have a Congress in any country in Africa? I'm not sure, but most of the time they have the bicameral legislature with the lower and the upper government and the election process. All of that, yes. So all of that is still very much, in the Western system. Even if it has been Africanized, we're still working under a whole different concept. So the reference to Emir, let's see, that was about this Raj, what's his name? This little boy who was made into a god. Yes. So there are superficial deviations from these patterns. Um, Yes. So the cult of Nikal Sain is one of the many stories that are fascinating exploration into the paradoxes of humanity's religious instincts and the power of followers to defy flawed mortals against their will. Some of the time, it's actually the people who put on the mantle of the divinity on the person, like that scene in Julius Caesar when Caesar was presented with a crown. That was not exactly deifying, but yeah, the people were almost looking at him as a god. And Caesar declined the crown 3 times and said he was not a god. And I think he reluctantly took it finally. But yes, the people had declared Caesar to be like a god, and he was trying to say that he was man. But according to Brutus, Caesar had already seen himself as a god, and that was dangerous to the republic. Anyway, some Shakespeare stuff on here. But so there are incidences where you have children who are even made to be, to play it almost like a god. And let us see, I will find it. Yes, that was Joe Nicholson. Oh yeah, here we go. So they are superficial, he says, at the same extent, the same sequence again and again, imperial subjects to extend and twist the logic of domination, declaring the white man in uniform to be a god, although it is not always clear why. So we're not sure why people would do that, but there may be some Stockholm syndrome symptom to it, but most of the time they choose a particular person, even though there's nothing remarkable about that one person, like in the John Nicholson incident. There are a whole bunch of Muslims and Sikhs and Hindus just decided that this man, this British and remarkable British man, was a deity. Anyway, so there are superficial deviations from these patterns. Jamaicans who marveled at National Geographic photographs of Haile Selassie built the Rastafarian religion around him. That's one deviation. An 11-year-old Indian boy, Jiddu Krishnamurti, forced by white theosophists to play Messiah. That was the one I was talking about, Timia, when she was she was taken from the streets as an orphan, and then she was abducted almost, she was given food and water and taken in by this cult, and the cult of Ymir. So the cult of Ymir was this group of acolytes of the old myth of Ymir, the first human to get Titan power, to get the power of Titan, of transforming into a Titan. And she passed it to her descendants through blood, obviously, and through eating the other person. So, they believed in the myth of the Ymir, and they told this little girl to play, the reincarnation or the descendant of Ymir, this Messiah aspect of it. So that's what I was saying. That was what I was relating to this real life story of an 11-year-old boy, Indian boy, who was supposed to be a Messiah. So yeah, so even children are not exempt from it. I know that. Okay, I won't say talk too much about someone else's religion, but in for example, in the Buddhist religion, they have children who are supposedly they have supposedly messianic prophecies upon them, so they are chosen to become religious leaders from their youth. I think that's how young. I think they choose that movie, The Golden Child. The child was supposedly the next Buddha or something like that. I don't have all the information, but there it was. Okay, so all that about other people, but we have also as Africans and Black people, we have also been under the same oppression, and our reaction to it has also been one of worship, but it's displayed in different ways. There are people, for example, when someone walks in and they show particular reverence, or as they say here very succinctly, the water, the ice is cold down. The ice is cold down this side, or something like that. So yes. Okay. So with all that said, if anyone wants to chat and have a conversation, you're more than welcome to hop in, and we can explore this subject together. Why do we worship people who have historically not been very nice to us? I will tell you why though, because I can understand some of the aspects. We used to have these types of debates back then, and we still do apparently. These are things that we supposedly still just going in circles around, because until we're out of it, we cannot help talking about it. So there are good aspects to, you know, some good things that came with it. I think all of us cannot imagine, let's just say, a life without technology. Technology is the one thing that none of us wants to give up because of this, for all the blood and tears and death and suffering that was wrought to have these kinds of luxuries for a few people. I think it would be extremely difficult for people to go back to a time before, before all this. So that would be the one great thing. The other one is, but one has to wonder too, if we were not forcibly, made to civilize, what would we have come up with? How would we have tackled the questions of life? Because I think we were pretty much content with maybe, okay, I'm not saying that we could not have, created all these marvels and all this stuff, but I'm saying maybe we'd have done it in a different way. So the wonders of the modern life with the skyscrapers and the technological beauty and this ability to simply move very quickly from one place to another and connect, that's a good thing. That's something that is enviable. It's something that we will look at and say, yeah, the wonders of the modern world. But I often wonder, like, would there be a way to do all this without so much misery and blood? Can you get something without the sacrifice of modernity? Anyway, so in that picture, we railed, that was Mobutu, who was paying homage. What's the French way of saying it versus the English? He was paying homage to the Pope, and people always say, we started uh, religion, we started this and that, but we still don't have something, an African religion. Just like I don't know if we have an African economics. There's African socialism, African communist, African capital, African this and that and that. But this is simply, a Western. There's only a Western version of an African version of Western things. Welcome, Izuli. You're muted. Welcome, Izuli.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I'm good. You're a bit low, but there. How are you doing?
You can't hear me?
Yes, now you're good. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. You came back from the street. You was gone for a minute.
Wow. Do you think that when I'm gone, I'm in the streets?
Oh, I don't know. You was gone for a minute.
Maybe I'm in the clouds. Maybe I'm underground.
Nah, 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 nah.
Man,
The
I'm
streets,
on some
the,
secret.
the street has a way of calling people back. So I don't know.
No, no, no. But yeah, sometimes life happens. But yes, we're back. So yes, what about what? Before we continue, welcome intruder six, Karibu. Or you say depends on the what sect of Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism believes in reincarnation. They bring a child in and have them choose a number of choices they like and match the original Dalai Lamas. Yes, you know what? Okay, so you've just confirmed that that episode of King of the Hill was, technically accurate. If you remember, there was an episode where Bobby Hill, King of the Hill's son, was designated to be the next Buddha, and then he was supposed to choose a toy, to choose former property of the former Buddha, and then he chose a mirror. Funnily enough, he chose a mirror. Anyway, but yeah, that was the practice of choosing the next Buddha. So yes, welcome, Izuli.
What's up? Hold on a second.
Okay. Yeah, so that's actually correct that they chose, it chose them that way. In any case, what we see with cultures around the world is that there are religions everywhere. Ah, you remember that? You remember that episode too? Oh man. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So there are people who watch some shows that I watch. So if anybody gets the mere reference, kudos to you.
I
So
don't know. That sounds like some street talk. I don't even know what that means.
it's not, you just think that everything is street talk. There's some things that are actually not non-street talk at all, you know and that includes, guess what that includes? That includes anime, that includes being in your house and watching things. People on the streets are not watching anime, believe me.
I don't even understand. Don't animes. I don't know. I don't watch animes. The only anime that I was watching that was interesting and could be powerful was probably the Naturals. Some of the stuff they were talking about, but the last Airbender. But I'm not. I don't get into anime like that. When anime don't even represent. There's not a lot of black characters in anime anyway. So, but hey, to each his own.
Yes, yes, Twitch is on. It's all right. Yeah. So why do you think that people who have been oppressed take on the oppressive, deify their oppressors?
I don't know if the deify that, but it's Stockholm syndrome. It's brainwashing. It's the washing of the head. It's all that altogether. It's that the person who's oppressed you has studied you and knows what to go into. Since they know that a lot of indigenous and African people and original American people are very what you call it uh spiritual or very there's a word that we used in other shows before I didn't like, but what is the word again? But very spiritual, very connected to the spirit realm. So they use that to get you into their culture. So first of all, they knock you off your square. They knock you off your square. They tell you the jungle is terrible. If you're a jungle, you're a monkey. You this and that and the third. So now that makes black people don't want to be in the jungle. They tell you snakes are bad. Snakes are terrible. Now that makes you, I don't want to be with snakes no more because the snake is the one that told Eve to eat the apple and then everything went to shit. So they use a lot of mental game to get you, and of course with brute force. And then a lot of us, instead of fighting back, we choose to what's the word? Fight or flight. We're trying to fight. We're trying to flee, and then fleeing doesn't solve it, and then this leads to low self-esteem. Their ice water is colder than yours, and then that's what it is. Most African people, most black people, most people in the world fall into two categories: either Islam or Christianity. And both of these religion, I don't know if they're African centered, but a lot of people say the original came from Africa. All of this, all of that. So I don't know. It's like I think black people in the whole world have Stockholm syndrome. They fall in love with the no matter how progressive, oh no, black power, no matter how they claim that, most black people suffer from Stockholm syndrome. So that's I mean that's my little spiel on it. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, I understand that, it's been Stockholm syndrome and so on and so forth, but, for people who are born outside of it, yes, there's generational, there's all that, but even people who do understand the situation, at least with the Stockholm, you're getting something from it, and it's usually like a temporary thing. And once someone is out, they can usually, get back to, it's a temporary delusion, but it's almost like we're in a permanent.
I think black people are in a permanent Stockholm syndrome. They're in the permanence of them. There's a lot of self hate, self. Oh, I don't think I'm good, so I got to follow this, and some. That's what it is. It's a permanent. Black folks are in a permanent state of Stockholm syndrome. So
Well, I understand the, the self-hate, not that I understand or approve or anything like that. But there's also that other aspect of, the worship. Why do we still worship? Why do we still like them? And
what do
it's
you?
not.
Why do you still worship? A lot of people, a lot of black people are into Christianity because they feel Christianity give them stuff like praying to God, certain stuff, certain tenet of the Bible is very conservative, oriented, and a lot of black people before all this neo-colonials are very conservative people. So they find it's just like in the in voodoo, like when they told the indigenous Haitians not to worship that, they use the Catholic saints and looked at the Catholic saints and their certain attributes and compared it to theirs, and then started doing that. It's like, for example, the Virgin Mary. When you see her, she has a baby. The Haitian people was like, oh, that's Ezeli, because Ezeli is the mother of protection. She protects the kids. So they use that to worship their people. But the problem is they forgot to deprogram themselves after. We're in a complete set of programming. When you look at commercials, I don't know. Well, when I was younger, I used to look at commercials. They used to show the hungry kids in Africa, flies in their face, starving to death, all of that, all of that. Guess who was helping them?
Africans.
Hell no, Africans. What are you talking about? It was the Europeans that were asking Americans for money. The Red Cross. You saw the
Okay. I thought who was helping them, go to those places. Okay.
no. So now, as an African or somebody, they see, and I'm going to say some of the Caucasian people who are helping, probably some of them meant well or whatever, but now when you see you starving and you see a European or Asian or somebody from another country come help you, you're going to look at them as your savior, and then you're going to hate your own people because your own people was not fighting to help you. So if I'm looking at TV, especially in America, and I see, oh, look at the people starving, da 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 da. I don't want to go back to Africa. It's a mind trick that they play on both the African American and the Africans on the continent itself. And meanwhile, while they're doing all of that, they're just siphoning all the natural resources. They're getting fatter, fatter, and fatter and fatter. And then you, as a youth, you look at this. It's propaganda as a mother. You look at the movies, you look at the commercials, all of that. You see Europeans, European France is beautiful. They call France the what is it? The land of love. Everybody want to go to France. Everybody going to Europe, Italy, Germany, all of that. So like that's not why are we asking why we fell in love with it? Because they programmed you that way with everything. So I don't know.
Okay. And do you think that what do you think is the first step towards, that deprogramming? Because obviously being, conscious is not enough. It's just knowing about it. And, what does one do to, to undo, either the self-hate or reduce that worship? Because I think that when you say self-hate, some people don't think that they are, when you tell somebody, oh, you hate yourself, nobody really hates themselves. I think it's just that we have a lower opinion of ourselves. I mean, when you look at Black people, yeah, you can see that there's some negative aspects of it, what we call, self-hated and so on. But those people that you call self-hating, to them, that's an expression of themselves. Let's say somebody, doesn't like, how they look. They can change the way they look and so on. And then in that way, they can feel like they can like themselves and so on. So to them, it's not that they hate themselves. They just want to be somebody else. So I think it's the ideal that we're always putting in front of us, and it's not only religion; it's also in a lot of ways too. Like I mentioned, in Africa, we're still using a lot of the education system. We're still using, a lot of the legal and economic systems that we have from other people. We don't still have that confidence to create things that are our own. So there's still some value that we see in whiteness, even if we choose, even if we don't acknowledge it. All of us see something that we like about being white. All of us see something that is good and great because they have done all this, and we really haven't done a lot. It seems. I remember when I was back in Kenya, in Mombasa, and we had my cousin, and we were talking with my aunt and family members, and we're telling them what people did and so on, and we're talking about the history of, oh, this is when the Arabs came, this is when the white people came, they did this and that. And she was like, but what did we do? What did we do before all that? And we couldn't really say. We couldn't really say. So sometimes it's difficult being an African or being a black person, because everything that you show to the children, to the next generation, is usually not at par with what they want. It's like you're telling them, oh, wear these simple shoes, and they're seeing that the children across the road are wearing, the most expensive shoes. So it's hard to give.
Because you don't want to be close to nature anymore. You have been programmed to say if you walk barefoot, you're a monkey, you're a primate, you're an animal. I say this. I was on another show. We were talking about Haitian people eating mud cookies. Oh, and people were laughing like that shit was funny, or like that was primitive, like that was low. But in the end, the grass, the dirt, or what you want to call it, has all the nutritions. And I saw an article now. Europeans are even, you know what they call it now? They don't call it mud cookie. They call it clay.
Yeah, of course they would.
You have so much self hate that you despise yourself so much that you'll make fun of people eating mud, right? So when I first heard it, when I first saw it, I was like, oh man, why they? Because I'm Haitian, so it stung a little bit, and then I researched into it. The plants grow. Why do you plant stuff? Because the ground has all the minerals and vitamins that you need. So if Haitian people or anybody in the world use the mud cookie, so called, to eat, they probably be eating. They are probably more nutritious than your McDonald eating ass. But there's so much self hate. You let them chase you out of the jungle, and then you don't want to return back there because you're programmed. Because you want to be in an iPhone. You want to drive Mercedes Benz. The more technology that you partake on, the more you walk away from the earth. So I don't know what to say. And they know the more it seems like the more you pull away from the earth, the weaker you are. But we don't want to talk about that. Like you said, or we and you said something that was very telling. You said, oh, it's good that we could travel from here to here that fast. But that's for all these technology was invented was to get you to work faster. Was to get you to work for them faster. Yes, there's a benefit. You could go to your house in 30 minutes, but you could go from Florida to I don't know to Nigeria in like 9 hours or whatever. But whatever happened to taking a boat to go in there for like 3 months? When people used to do that, you know what they used to how they used to do that? They didn't have to be at work 24/7. They were technically free. But we don't want to talk about these things. What we want to talk about is how we participate in this and become shot callers in their system. But you think they're gonna let you come shot callers in their system? You think they're dumb? But again, if you're not willing to deprogram yourself and take everything that they gave you and throw it in the garbage, hey, it's still gonna be this way.
Hmm. Well, a lot of that throwing in the garbage. I think most people want to do what they have always done, but still remain, with the emotional aspect of it. So, for example, if you have your, let's say, what I'll say is it's not we're not willing to give up, you know, our comforts. We're not willing to give up our material, and we can't imagine a different way. I think that's the main thing, is that if we give all of this up, what do we have? What do we have instead? That going back to nature, yeah, it sounds good, it sounds great, but
No,
let's be honest, most
it's not that it sounds good. It sounds good. Have you not seen the stuff that the ancestors have built within those big mountains and caves? Have you not seen that? So you want
no,
me to tell me that the skyscraper is more impressive than them building stuff into a mountain? You guys are backwards. You mean to tell me a skyscraper is more impressive than them building a whole city inside of a mountain?
well, yeah, the mountain one is impressive,
No,
but
you don't believe in that. You're lying. You're just faking the phone because I just mentioned it. Because all of your you mean to that's more impressive? Y'all just
no,
faking the
it's
phone. Y'all love this system. Stop saying that you
look,
everybody
I,
everyone
I,
love this.
I, I, I am biased. I fully admit that in some ways I can see what is good about modernity. I can see the high speed rails. I can see books. I can read books, and I don't have to see anybody. I don't have to be there with anybody to read books. I can be on the computer. I can find information at
And that's
yeah.
better.
It's not better, but it's a good, compensation for the, not a compensation. It's a good thing. Okay, it's a good thing. I enjoy that about modernity. That to me is the one aspect which would be great. The other one that I think most people would be afraid of, and really even me to a small extent, is that in those areas you do have to work hard, not all the time, but you have to wake up, and do physical manual labor. You get up, you go work
Which is good
hours
for
and
which is
hours
good
a
for
day.
your body. Which is good for your body. A lot of us want to be what's the word sedentic. I forgot the word, or pedestrian. What if some you guys don't want to do, people don't want to do nothing, especially a man. A man's body is supposed to be working out almost every day. If you're supposed to toil the land, if you because you're built with muscles. Do you know what they say? You say who's the number one people with colon cancer? Bus drivers.
What, really?
Yeah, because they sit around for their whole life.
Oh, wow.
So
Not
all this thing we want to. So this is what I'm saying. If you don't want to detach, why are we complaining? Let's just shut up and enjoy the ride. I don't understand. Why are we saying, oh, even the Rastafarians? If you ask the Rastafarians, they'd be like, oh, we fighting, we fighting. But the whole religion is based on the Bible. And they talk about, oh, ID side, Selassie is the stop. He ran and left Ethiopia, whatever, to fend for itself. Come on. If we're gonna if let's just chill. Let's just chill where we at.
so
We don't.
it's really, what is supposed to be the relationship between, the oppressed and the oppressor. like these people, for some people, they decided to deify the oppressor. I think that was almost in a way to pacify and maybe to bring some kind of mercy, because when you look at your a god is supposed to be somebody that you can beseech and supposed to be merciful. So in a way, because it was not just them, remember also, and I don't know whether it's true or not, for when I speak about other people, I always make that disclaimer that apparently some of the Indian tribes in America, when the British, the conquistadors were coming, they had some kind of prophecy that the gods were going to come back, and then they thought that the Spanish were actually gods, and then or there was a sign, and the Spanish used that as a means to make themselves seem like gods to them. But even the natives also had some kind of how do I say it? They also corroborated that myth, that the white people who came to their lands were some kind of prophesied gods. So it's not always one-sided, and that one you can't say that it was necessarily Stockholm syndrome, because they welcome them as such, and in some way they almost worship them. Trigger Happy says there shouldn't be a relationship. Yeah, there shouldn't be one, but while we are still under that system, there's it's a forced one, but there is one. We cannot escape it. We still have to work within it. We still have to contend with the people and the system and how things are. None of us can create our own island out of it. So some people, like I said, they assimilate, they make themselves comfortable. Some people, they resist, as much as they can. They slow strike, just like employees at the job. And then some people, they work enthusiastically to move up as high as they can in the system. Some people, they, like we say, they make gods out of their masters. So there's still going to be a relationship. That's the only thing that we have, in our control. That our reaction, we do not have the power of action, but we only have that of reaction. So yeah, what would you say about the relationship? Provide Trigger says we can have modernity without self-hate. The two can be mutually exclusive. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. That was one of the questions that I asked earlier, that can we have all this, progress, this luxury, this technology, all this, would it be possible without all that brutality and pain and slavery and all that? Even now, forget historical now, where would this country be so wealthy if it was not for so many people poor at the bottom? You know, so I don't know if those two, can go together. But what do you think? What do you think about how we should fit in the system, relate to the system, and also can we have modernity without the self hate?
Modernity? What do you mean?
Well, the comforts of life, the technology, the capitalism, the exploitation of workers, the daily grind, the inefficiency of the system, the poverty, crime, all of that stuff. But also at the same time, being able to send, an email in 2 seconds.
Um, I guess we can. I don't know. I guess being technology. I think technology and self hate doesn't have to be together, but
Well, how about technology and exploitation? Do you think that they can actually be this modern capital?
nah,
Like, can we have iPhones without
nah,
people?
nah, nah. The only way you can't have that because to pay for technology, there has to be a profit. Unless you're going to do the technology, unless you're going to create technology just for the sake of technology and no profit. And I don't think anybody wants to do that. I don't think any smart person who creates a technology doesn't want to benefit from it one way or another, unless you're gonna
So,
unless
so
you're
you're
gonna
saying exploitation is inherent to capitalism and technology?
of course, like if you pay somebody $50 to make an iPhone or $100 to make an iPhone, and the iPhone and the iPhone does so much, okay, how much how you those people want to make a profit, and 1500 is making a profit. Now, how much profit do you want to make? Do you want to make a minimum profit, or you want to be rich where you could be, you have your own yacht and have mad women and mad drinks and party when you want? Like, I don't know, man. Can you do that?
Well, Trigger Happy says modernity is not European to me. I don't know. I don't know if we would have come up with this intricate, um, production of mindless tasks, but producing very, entertaining products. I would say that they're entertaining because a lot of the things that, technology has produced, a lot of it has been very useful, let's say in the modern medical sciences and all that stuff, useful for humanity. But a lot of it, let's be honest, has been for entertainment purposes. It's been for television, for creating these fancy things. So some of it is economical, some of it is entertaining. But I don't know if we would have come up with skyscrapers and things like that. We can create big pyramids and so on, but we also had a limit to how much we could create. I think Africans, for the most part, and that's why it's so difficult for us to get out of the system, is that we are people who seek comfort. We're people who seek, balance and simply finding your way. And for us to upend everything, it has to be a big thing. So we don't really change the system as much. We work with it for the most part. And I think religion is one of those things that you declare that you have all the answers, that you know everything from now until eternity. And it takes a great deal of confidence, to be able to say that, I am the end, and I have all the truth and all that in the world. So we're not very religious when it comes to that aspect of religion, not to the spiritual aspect, or to worshiping a god and so on, but to the aspect of saying that our way is the right way and there is no other. I don't even think that Africans have really done that to a great extent. We only want to assert our importance, oh, we matter, our equality, but not really our superiority. Even when Black people say Black is Britain, I'm not just saying that we should, say the opposite. That's not what I'm saying. But in order to have some kind of, and technology is also a way to conquer nature, is a way to not do the difficult things and to find your way around it. Not all of it is bad. Even the tools that Africans used was a way to not have to do all the hard work like plowing. But when it comes to saying that we want to conquer nature, you want to blast things and drill into the earth and take oil from the earth, I don't know if we have the kind of mentality to do that kind of aggression. So maybe that's why we worship them, because they also have something that we don't have. They have a way of going into places that when they say that places that are too holy for the angels, they do not have an idea of holy versus unholy. They would go into anything and take everything for their own. um Africans had technology, nothing wrong. No, 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 no. I'm not saying that technology is wrong. All we're asking is, can you have the level of modern technology without having the level of brutality? And is that a price that that we are willing to pay, because guess who is going to pay the heaviest price? It's usually going to be us. So are we comfortable with the gifts of technology, knowing the sacrifices that had to be made? um, Technology is just tools. um, no, it's tools, but I don't think it's just tools. I think it's more than just tools. Oh, we have here Jose in the comment. Hello, Jose. I'm going to say Jesus like you. I'm deifying Jose now. Good, 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 good. Yeah, you're welcome to join. So we are on technology now. We're talking about technology. So yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons why we still worship them. Apart from, the self-hated part, leave self-hated, at one side. But I think that we do worship them because of the marvels that they are able to create. When you look at everything around you, they used to say, it's a man's world, but to be specific, it's a European man's world. They have built this world, to their wishes and image. They have made the things that they wanted to overcome to be not barriers anymore. They wanted to travel at fast speeds, at high, different distances, and all that, and they created it to be comfortable for them. So yeah, technology is tools, but it's how you create those tools and how you mold the world to your image. So when you look at architecture, like in Russia, they had this socialist realist architecture, where the buildings, and East Germany as well, where the buildings were significantly, stark and very foreboding and straight and imposing. That was the kind of the kind of image they wanted to project. And so it's not just technology just being for use. It also has to create an image. You want to create the image in your own way. Even the way America is built for cars. If you don't have a car, it's very difficult to move around. So you have to have one or two of those, and then you're not used to walking. So if you go to a different place where people do a lot of walking, like in India, it's very difficult to live there. So it shapes our lives, but also limits us in a way. So if you only know one way of living, it makes you almost a stranger everywhere else. Whereas before, everyone used to live in the same, everyone used to walk and meet and talk and, go to the market and, interact in a normal way. Nowadays, you can actually have your own bubble of humanity where you're shielded by technology from other human beings. So yeah, technology is not just it's a tool, but it's also a social tool. It's a tool not just for interacting with others, but also for avoiding other people. Yeah. Azole, do you have something to say? Trigger Happy says African empires in their day and age had to modernize for the specific context. I don't think it's specifically a European thing. I simply think that the particular mode of production is default. Yeah, I mean, we could have had our own, but it's not just the modernizing. Technology is also entwined with, political economy and also, the global system. So the standardization of equipment, which was quite progressive, because in the past people used to have localized knowledge where a group of people knew how to do one thing or another. But when the modernization started, especially with the Industrial Revolution, one of the things that they quickly did was to try to modernize all the different units of measurement. For example, that's where you get the metric system, and not all people came on board, but that's where you get the metric system and the clock seconds, the one in Paris and so on. So it was also that aspect of it was was very European, the standardization, because if you look at African art or African technology and so on, it was very locally based, and it had local characteristics. So yeah, and I don't know if we would have produced that kind of mass production. So it's not that we're not capable of producing, progress and tools and so on. It's just that our tools are for different needs, and yeah, we're still willing to employ the human body in terms of work. But I think the system is to remove the human body from work and to replace it with technology. So I think the modern aspect of technology is to make work mental and to remove the physical from from work itself. So I would say that's particularly a particularly European aspect of it, because Africans are hard workers. There was always this aspect that you going up, getting up, going up to work. The whole idea of not being anti laziness, or not just sitting around doing nothing. There was times when you did sit around, but that's after you earned it. Um, Chiga Happy says European science equals, or yeah, I'm not sure. Equals African science. I know many don't like that, but that's your central issue. Tanzania, we have our own modes of science that was same and not destructive. Let's just do that. Yeah, I mean, many don't like that. That's essential. European. Okay, so let me get this. So you're saying that European science is the same as African science. Well, technically, we should just say that all science is the same, because you can't, supposedly, science is simply uncovering what is there already. So, yes, so we can agree that science is science. Um, we have our own modes of science that was sane and not destructive. Yes, the ends of science is also of importance. That's why I say that technology is not just about tools; it's also about how those tools are used in society. So, for example, in the attitude towards work, is work something that is to be, enhanced, or completely avoided? If it's to be avoided, then the best result would be to have something to completely do the work, so you don't have to do any work at all. So if you look at work as some kind of either difficult obstacle or punishment, or anything like that, then work is meant to be either done by somebody else, or done as a punishment for something. But if you look at work as something that is, honorable, or you identify with it and so on, then work is simply, something that you do to eat, or to as a duty. So that's a difference. So if a society looks at work in that way, then their aim would be to enhance the work that a human being does. So you keep your tools sharp and so on, not replacing the human with a machine. Yeah, so our aims for science was for sanity, for for the community, and not necessarily destructive. Because even science, European science does not really have a morality to it. If you can create it in the lab, well, there are some ethical limits, ethical boundaries, but for the most part, if you can create it, you should do it. The whole Manhattan Project was a project to create a whole bomb to kill people, those who are scientists. So, did the Moors modernize Europe in their historic concept? Is modernity a contextualized concept? Yes, the Moors did. Some say that the Moors civilized Europe. Yeah, yeah. So they did civilize Europe. I don't know, modernize, civilize. Yeah, I don't know how to speak about the concept of modernization as we speak of it now is loosely based on on the ideas of the Frankfurt School, of the French philosophers Foucault, and the rest of them. But basically, it's characterized by capitalism, consumerism. Is based on popular culture, decline of religions. Basically, Western concept as we know it now. The pre-modern stuff, the traditional, would be the time when the traditional morality, so called, before the big media, and before the advent of the industrial revolution. So the industrial revolution really did create big changes in human history. So that's just what it meant by modernization. In terms of the more, I would say that the civilized, Europe not so much modernized it. Yeah, in terms of how we speak it now. But I don't like combos like this because we need to be free. Like if I had a choice to get news, I'm not wasting my time on if the technology is bad or not. I know the mix would Yes, 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 yes. Get the nukes. It's not against that. Look, yes, we're definitely not free. So if you're in a game, you have to play by the rules. You can't say, oh, I don't like the rules, therefore I'm not going to play with them. If you can get advantage in the system, by all means, you should try to your best to position
What
yourself.
what advantage? How come you haven't gotten an advantage since?
Well,
What
he's just saying that if he did, he's not going to, pass up the chance to, to take advantage of technology, even if it's a bad thing, even if it's
you how has the African continent and black people all over the world have taken advantage of the technology that they have at their hands right now? Are we bet are we in a position where we could say, hey, you Africans or you Americans, black Americans, come over here in this country, and we set up.
well, no, that has not
Exactly.
happened.
Exactly. Technology.
Well,
You,
the
you,
reason why it hasn't happened, according to some, is both because we have not had the chance. But if we had, like Trig
I
Happy
had the
says,
chance.
then
Please,
you
you never
know.
had the chance.
mm,
When are you gonna get that chance? When are you gonna get the chance?
Look, like I said with the relations, there are three kinds of, reactions or relations to the oppressor. You can either you know, um, acquiesce, yes, be a part of it. You can resist it, or you can just be ambivalent, not care. So Tige Happy says that he is one of the resistance if he had a chance. And and then there's some people who say, well, let me just be comfortable, let me see, get the most that I can get. If I can't get all the way up there, let me get what I can. So yeah. And no, I don't have a position one way or another at Trigger Happy. I say that you should actually get as much of the for your own personal artillery, I suppose, intellectually. You should learn as much as you can. You should get as much of that science as you can. I'm not against the knowledge and information. It's just what you do with it is what matters. And I don't think that we were deficient in science. We had enough, because science is supposed to, like evolution, people think that, oh, the more advanced you are, the more evolved you are. But evolution is simply supposed to be simply adapting to your environment. So if your environment is cold, then you're supposed to adapt to the cold. If your environment is hot, you're supposed to adapt to the heat. There's no advanced or unadvanced evolution. You cannot say, oh, a crocodile is more advanced than a worm. They're simply as they are. So it's not to say that our science or our means of knowledge and information or transmitting it was bad. We adapted, and it worked for us to to our surroundings, and that was our that was our science. Science is not supposed to be just creating things to blow things up. It's supposed to be to help you in your life, in your life and health and so on. So if we had enough to take care of ourselves, and we had enough to eat and all that, I would say that we were pretty much advanced, and we didn't necessarily have to create all the different technology. Now, faced with the modern situation, of course, we cannot just be, happy in our hearts because the landscape, especially the global landscape, has changed considerably. So, in that instance, we have to also think differently. But that's not to say that we lose the values that we had. So, yeah, we definitely had everything that we needed, and we evolved and adapted to, not evolve, I don't really like to use that word, we adapted to our situation, and I think we did an excellent job of it. But that doesn't work necessarily in this in this system, because this system is a whole different set of rules. So I wouldn't really just go say, oh, go back to how it was, because the world is not how it was before. So yeah. Oh wow, they're
Well,
taking all kinds of jabs at you.
yeah, it is what it is. But, well, the whole question is how the question you were talking before about falling in love with the oppressor, and again, there's no way you could get out of this until you do a deprogram or a detox, like in some of the voodoo rites, right? It's something that they call, I don't know, it's called washing your head. You have to get your head washed to find out what you were meant here to do. And when people, if the wrong person washes your head, they could program you or mess up your whole life. African Americans are African black people all over the world are programmed. So how do you deprogram yourself? Or are you meant to deprogram yourself? Are you just meant here to come here and do your time and go back where the F you came from? So I don't know.
I don't think anyone can fully deprogram ourselves. I think that the most we can do is leave little, or big um, hints and ideas and knowledge. Just like, European knowledge was not, there's no civilization's knowledge that was given to them at, in one fell swoop. Even they say Rome was not built in a day. Yeah, firstly, Rome had to go get information from all kinds of different places. People over exaggerate their, the Egyptian thing, but Rome went to India, to Turkey, to all these places, to get their knowledge and information. So they had to amalgamize all these different cultures and information to be the country or the people that they were. That's the first thing you have. If you see yourself as, as you're at a lower advantage, then the first thing is to admit it. I think that's one thing that we do admit it from time to time, but we also want to be at the top as well. So the first thing is to say, yes, this is our current position, it's not great and all that, but that's where we are. And then now you try to catch up and get everything that other people, have already acquired. And that's a process that every civilization goes through. Even Egypt did not get there by itself. Egypt was a product of many centuries of other cultures contributing. So that's what we have to do. We will first have to collect and compile and store all that knowledge and information. And maybe that's the process we are right now. The future generations may get something from what we're doing, like we're doing with the past, but it's going to be a continuous process. Sometimes you go forward, sometimes you go backwards, but you still have to put in, a little bit. So I think we're not going to change things completely. We can just add to it, and maybe somebody will see it and do something with it. Because look at Amos Wilson and all these people who wrote these big tomes of books. He wrote the actual blueprint. He tackled it from all kinds of different aspects, and we're still going over the same thing over and over again. So it's not enough to just do it once. It has to be done over and over every single generation until it comes to a boiling point. But if that information is there, some people, and that information will not be there forever. There'll be a time when information will be restricted, when you won't be able to read some books, when you won't be able to listen to some information. Up to even now, there's a lot of books that have been redacted from from the global library. So that's my only hope. That's my only contribution, is that we can only add to it. But as to changing the whole system, either it has to implode on itself or come to a natural end. But when that happens, so we have to also be prepared. We also have to have a vision of how we want the world to be. I think most of us cannot see a different perspective. We only see what is, and we think that this is the only way that things can be. We can't imagine that we can create something different, or that something different ever was. So yeah. Well, Aguziki, you can't eat and exercise at the same time. Either he's eating or he's exercising.
Well, I don't know. It's, I don't know. It seems that we're not moving towards a direction of deprogramming. There's pockets of us that might be doing that, but even with that, they are still programmed. And I think the way to deprogram yourself is really to, like, if you want to use Socrates, is that I don't know anything. Anything that you've been told is probably has been a lie, and that includes everything that makes you feel good about yourself. So you have to start from the point of zero and then go on. But the direction we go in, I don't think this is happening. So I think the matrix is getting stronger, if you want to use that film thing. Most people are getting programmed stronger. And the worst part is when a programmed person think that they are free. That's the most dangerous person. And a lot of us are dangerous. So I mean, it is what it is. I don't see this changing anytime soon. So
Wow, way to cheer us up. But
that's the problem. People want to have, oh yeah, let's be optimistic. Let's be optimistic. But look at the reality. And black people are prospering individualistically in the capitalist world. Yeah. I mean, if that's what we want to do, then let's stop fighting this shit talking about, oh, we want morality, we want this and that. Let's just go with that. Let's stop crying about, oh, this and that. And the third. A lot of black people are prospering, a lot of in the system. So why are we putting shows like that? Oh, if why, oh, this, yeah, I want to. What is the reality of things? Who gave you your religion? The, the language we're speaking right now through the food that we eat. Like, come on, let's stop acting like this is. What are we talking about? The 9 to 5 that some of us have. You on the chat, you on the YouTube, you can't even say certain words. You have to be intelligent now. Oh, you can't say the KILL. You have to say delete. Are we serious? But you telling me I'm being what, melancholy? I'm being morose. So what's the word? I'm being pessimistic. You can't even use certain words. And this YouTube thing that we're doing right now, a lot of YouTube content makers, if you say the word, a certain word, then you're done. Oh no, you can't say this on my channel. Da, 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 da. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I, I'm. How is this moving towards freedom, supposedly so called? What are we talking about? When that pandemic thing happened, you couldn't. They shut down New York City. Who would have thought they shut down New York City? They went to Kenya and told your government what you should give your people. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? They went to the Caribbean and told the leaders, the so-called strong men of your culture, hey, you know what we're gonna do? Give here, yeah, shut down your own city, shut down your airport, shut down your thing, and here's this vaccine. And you want to tell me, what are we talking about? They look at the supposedly quote unquote the strong men of your society, and they telling him what to do. But now you want to tell me, oh, that's I'm being whatever. Jose, what do you mean when they shut down New York City? What are you talking about? During the pandemic, New York City was shut down. Nothing was moving. Nothing was going down. What are we talking about? How are we moving? Like, I'm just saying, let's call it. Let's stop with the BS. They told the strongest man in the continent, supposedly the president, the army people, hey, you know what? Y'all gonna have to shut down your economy too. But now you was saying this, whereas everybody worships kisses the ring. Everybody's kissing the ring. The strongest men of your culture are kissing the ring. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And then the strongest man in the community is the one that's driving the Mercedes, driving the Bentley. He got businesses. He's a doctor. He's a lawyer, and everybody's telling our sons to be like him and stuff like that, which is great and everything. But what is that person's doing? He's just going along to get along too, and he got to provide for his family. All of that. What are we talking about? I think we should just be quiet and just go with the system. What are we talking about? The most alpha men in our community is following the blueprint. That picture that you put up there, who was that?
That was Mugabe.
Mugabe. Mugabe, isn't Mugabe put on a pedestal as the one of the African leaders that was fighting against the incursion?
Mm-hmm.
And who's ring he kissing?
The popes.
And then you want to tell me I'm wrong? Are we kidding? And this man Mugabe want black women to submit to him, and he's submitting to the Pope? Yo, y'all wild.
Yeah, they shut everything down. You know, your religion, your country, your personal freedom, your beliefs, whatever, everything. That was like a power move right there. Like, you're playing with us, look what we can do. Whoever, those people are, you know. But yeah, we live in a world where we're given comforts in exchange for freedom. So you have security
Stop
that.
saying freedom. It's not freedom. Because you cannot get up right now. Can you get up right now and say you're going to Kenya? You cannot travel. You cannot travel to Kenya for free.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot. I'm assuming that you have a job, right? Ken?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just get up and be like, yo, hey, I'm out. I'll be back in 2 months. Can you do that?
Nope.
Okay then. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We giving stuff for freedom. What are you talking about? You pay for your food. You pay for your food. The food that the earth makes for free. What are we talking about? A whale could leave the coast of California and travel all the way to Australia for free. That's freedom. He eats in the ocean for free. That's freedom. He mates. He mates with another female for free. What are we talking about?
Well, it's certainly not looking good, but at the same time, you still have to do something as long as there is life in you. Even the animal that knows it's going to die still fights. So I think that uh, Jose said, "Let the program people eat each other like they do right now." That's going to be an unfortunate reality. I wouldn't want the ignorant, but some to perish. Obviously, you can't help it always. I wouldn't want that, but you know sometimes it's just there's nothing. What happens if the program people are the majority? Unfortunately, they are. And I don't even know if it's like the majority, like there's some minority that is not programmed. I think that all of us are. So it's just the different levels of it. And even those who are not, we're still powerless. It's not even about who's programmed and who's not. It's simply, who has the power and who doesn't. So whether you're programmed or not, sometimes even knowing that you're programmed is worse than being happily, programmed. If you know about it, all you add to that is just despair, not hope. Yeah.
But
So
put,
go ahead.
put a comment before. Can you put that back?
This one.
He said the person said, "What happens if the program people are the majority? They are the majority. This is why.
Yeah.
What is? They are the majority. You see it in the music. You see it in the education system. You see it in sports. Like, what are we talking about? There's only a few pockets of people that think different. Most people think the same. What are we talking about? What happens if the program people are the majority? When the program people are the majority, they do that. They program, and if you don't want to be programmed, you'll be punished. You'll be ostracized. Like most people, like most of the free thinkers, quote unquote, if that's even a thing. You
Yeah.
know, you watch.
And
Go ahead. Sorry.
no, 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 no. That's why you have this religious apocalypse because they too believe that most people are sinners and most people are going to go to hell, except for a few people who are going to be rescued in the rapture. So believe me, your pessimism for humanity is shared by religionists as well. Yeah.
Be the medicine said, "Watch you roll over and die." And yeah, I should do that. Just roll over and die. That's what you should do.
No, they just believe that a lot of people, are sinners and they will die. So, for them, the programming is different, pessimistic or morose. But here's the reason why for me, I still keep hope. You might say I'm a whiz, whatever, but it does not take a whole group of
Shut up,
people to
boy.
change. What's that?
He said, "Where did you hear those words from? Dudes at the gym don't say words like that." Morals, quiet.
Yeah, that really is not a gym word.
Oh my god, y'all crazy.
Just to be honest. But yeah, that's why for them, they feel that most people should just be eliminated anyway. I don't share that sentiment. I think that even though a lot of people may think one way and may be wrong about it, it also takes only a few people to change that thinking. It took only a few people to change the whole of Europe to from pagan to Christian, and the same with other places. So, and these things can always change in a generation. That's why we see how the world was changed within, a few months because of that big thing that happened. Yeah, it's the same way. I think it's just,
No, it's not. No, it's not. The
how
people.
is it not?
No, it's not. The people who wanted to who did that had power behind them, and they wanted to change that. Most of us are sheeps. We believe that, that these people have our best intentions at hand. Well, they don't. Yeah, 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 I would refuse to believe that these people don't like you. Who makes people work 40 hours a week, right? Or maybe 60, some people 60, 80 hours a week. Tax you, what is it? What is it? 30%? If you make 100K a year, if you make 100K a year, you get taxed. After tax, you bring home 70K, right? That's 70K. Every time you buy food, every time you buy clothes, every time you go somewhere, you pay tax off of that. That's a proper way of living. Not only does Uncle Sam come for his, every time you buy an apple, a shirt, anything, yo, you get tax on that. And y'all want to talk about most people, who's their God? Jesus, right? And when you go to church, what does Jesus look like? How you gonna fight when your God don't even look like you? Come on, son.
There, you're bringing everyone down. But
Or you want to
true.
be so give me the bright spot. All the people who are trying to do something got destroyed.
Well, they, when Azuki is saying that you forgot your own people and their fight.
And my own people, look at them now. And if we go by I call them things fairy tales now. Or the fairy tale of 1804. That's what you want to call it. And after that, they killed supposedly they killed the man that gave them their that brought them over the finish line. Right? We want to go about that. Henri Christophe offed himself. You want to know more? Henri Christophe killed a couple of generals that helped him fight for the independence because of power. We want to talk about that fairy tale. 200 years. 200 years.
Wow. Okay. So not that one. Um, anyone else has anyone else has a
Oh,
sunny.
oh, oh, we want to forget. Let's not forget. Oh, that we had to pay them, like which my co-host, right? He says all the time, "You got it, but you were stupid and you paid them back, right? Right, Tim? You say that all the time, right? You shit on us all the time, but now you want to use that as you be quiet.
Okay, so is this permanent defeat? Is there hope, or
I don't know. You tell me. Look at the world. You tell me. Oh, the cock. Bitter medicine said the cockles. You know who? You know who? Gave him up.
who
1915 and the cockles was a fairy tale.
wasn't?
Oh, he said wasn't a fairy tale.
Mhm.
Maybe I'll believe that more than the 1804. Sometimes maybe it wasn't, but we all know how that story ended, right? You know who betrayed him?
Who?
His own people teamed up with the general, the American general.
Ah,
He painted his face in dark and black face and entered the camp and shot him.
man.
Same story as the Burkina Faso leader. Same story as Patrice Lumumba.
Mhm.
What are you talking about? Stop the cap. Just do your time. This is a prison, man. You messed up somewhere else. Do your time.
Okay. Wow. So you heard it from Zuli himself.
But
Yeah.
why not be quiet? You was ready to grease up and accept your anal stabbing from Kaizo. Shut up. What you talking about? What you talking about? You the same one. You the same one that don't believe in African spirituality. Now you want to talk? Be quiet. Quiet.
Okay. I see Zuli is not going down by himself.
You're already bending over, my brother.
Ah,
We're all bending
okay.
over. We're all bending over. I'm accepting my fate.
Yes, Coco. I know. Sorry.
The only people that have a chance is the babies,
Mhm.
because they're very innocent and they're authentic. The babies know injustice.
Mhm.
The babies got more strength than most of us here. A baby, a 6-year old, an 8-year old, a 9-year old.
Mhm.
If you do them wrong, you could tell they know what's wrong. But again, we that was what was it on bitter medicine? No, no. What's the kid name? Yo, is it the Harsh Reality podcast? He did a show on the LSU female. Oh, what's her name?
Oh,
You,
that scandal about the gesture.
yeah, the gesture that she used and stuff like that against the Iowa player, and then she had an interview where the first lady wanted to invite both of the team, and she was like, "Nah, we're not going." This and that and the third. And somebody on his panel was like, "Be quiet, young lady. Just go do your thing. Save your career. Don't." And I'm like, wow. Even though that young lady is still misguided, but she's 20. She still got the rebellion in her. But nah, I tell her to be quiet, go along, get your money, get your bag, and do your thing. Come on, man.
But that's what you're saying too. You're saying just,
That's not what I'm
just
saying.
what what
Now,
are you
okay.
saying?
Let me ask you a question. How is that what I'm saying? How is that the same thing?
Because you're saying that there's nothing you can do, just relax and just go with the flow.
The first thing I said was that you have to get rid of everything that they taught you, and most of you guys are not willing to do that. And if you're not willing to do that, shut the hell up. Go along for the ride.
Okay,
That's all I'm
that's
saying. If you're not really, if I say, how do you know we all came from Africa, right? That's just an example. Hey, oh, you hate Africa. Who told you that though? If I tell you something like, oh, some other thing, oh, if I say that Africans came to America, were the first to America, why do you attack people who say that? No, that's not true. Da, 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 da. Who taught you 2 plus 2 was 5? Like, if you're not willing to overthrow anything, we all been programmed. That young lady, Angel Reese, even though she's programmed, but you know what? She said some. She said some. She was like, "Yo, I'm not gonna go." FB, okay, y'all want to say FBA or whatever. If y'all want to say this, fine, whatever. A lot of people on the continent be saying, spewing the same thing. Talk about Black Americans stay over there. Don't come over here too. Yo, some FBA stuff. I don't understand why people keep saying, like, I'm not saying no FBA stuff. I'm saying Africans were here on this continent first. That's what I'm saying. And if you want to say that's what it is, that's what it is. Hey, anyway, back to what I'm saying. The little babies, like, they come out fighting. They come out fighting. They know when something is they know when something, yeah, a baby has more, a baby has more heart than me, yeah. Because they freer. Yeah, a baby has more heart than me.
Yeah, but they can't, lead any rebellions.
I'm just saying that we want to talk about this and that and the third. Oh, you are contradicting yourself. Do we give up the system or do we do something about it? Hey, man, you do what's right, Jose. I know what to tell you. All I know is when I see what I'm saying, when I say I have different point of view, sometimes I'm like, yo, maybe this is a jail. Maybe we're in jail because we messed up somewhere else. Because sometimes when you look at the levels to change the people's mind, it's crazy. Mugabe's supposed to be Mugabe's supposed to be one of the badasses of Africa, right, Tan?
Yeah.
And he's kissing the ring.
What about that whole defeatist thing? Do you think that you're just, telling everyone to lay down their arms and just, do nothing?
I'm not telling anybody to. I'm actually telling people to get closer to nature, to what they were meant to be. So, if you want to say it's a defeatist, hey, Mugabe won the battle and lost the war. Same story. I don't understand what that means, but
Well, because he did fight, he did get the land back for his people, but he also.
then they give the land right back to the people.
Hmm?
Then they take the land right back. Was
Um,
that a different president?
I think that was a different guy, but yeah, they gave up some of the land. I don't know how much they gave back, but yeah, they did. So it's a problem. It's something that we're still dealing with because.
Lies, lies. They will always kiss the ring.
Hmm. So we have those three problems, ourselves, those around us, and those outside out of us. With ourselves is the problem of we have we don't value ourselves enough. We don't have confidence. We don't think that we can do it. With the other people, somebody is always trying. We don't trust each other. Someone is always trying to get over somebody else. We are prone to, even if someone stands up, someone will betray him for $1 or less, or a sum or something, and then we're still in awe of, the outsiders. We still just, you know, um, let everyone tell us what is best for us because we don't think that we know what is best for us, that we can't figure it out. So those three issues, because having someone over you is that's a temporary thing. Everybody has been conquered to some extent, but you still have to have the desire to to be free from it. Once you lose that desire, then you might as well, like you said, be comfortable and just stay in the system. But people are not naturally meant to be unfree. That is why even every slave there has been revolts, rebellions, there have been, even personal rebellions, organized, disorganized, there's been chaos because that's not, that's not natural. You talk about nature. That's what we're living in is not natural to us as people. So we can either just sit back and wait for things to run their course, hopefully, not for long, or we can just, like you say, go for the ride. But I think that that's a luxury that people who have lived, who have enjoyed their life to some extent, that's a luxury they can say. But for people who haven't really seen life, for especially for the young generation coming up, I don't think they'll look at it with that blasé attitude of, oh, let it be what it is. I think that when people are born, like the children, they're born fighting, and they will still expect to be given something for their fight. You see that even with with the young people nowadays, this distractions, this anger is coming from the fact that they feel that they were shortchanged by the previous generations. They were not given, a firm economic footing. They were told to go to school, and some of them cannot get a job. That's not just here in America; it's everywhere. Young people are very frustrated and resentful. It's not just on the spiritual level that people are dissatisfied; it's also on the economic level. It promises a lot and delivers very little to a few people. So, you can say, well, those people are programmed and so on, but program or not, they are still a real, they are still a real threat to everyone around them and to themselves. So we will have to figure out a way to teach, the next generation how to relate. Like the when young boys in America get the talk about, how what do you do when you're pulled over. So that's the talk that, to a large extent we have to have with each other. How do we relate? And for some people, they worship. Some people they hate. Some people resist. Some people, assimilate. So yeah.
The babies come out as warriors, but the problem when their parents become state property, they teach the kids. It's a revolving door. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A little kid knows when you like if a little kid, most little kids, if you go and take a little kid's thing, little kids know when things are unfair. So, but if the parents are there to usher them into the system, into this this assembly line, how, how, how is that badass gonna come, Goku? How's that badass gonna come? Because tradition, because the parents pass on the tradition to the kids. The parents, the parents pass on the tradition to the kid. That's why I think they say some of the tribes, from some of the African tribes, were it was those who were the warring tribe because their parents were warriors, so they passed the warring mentality to their kids. If y'all a bunch of sheep, what are you gonna pass on to the kid? Even when the kid comes out with, "Hey, this is not right, mom. This is not right, dad."
To Solomon Eden's point about and also take a happy. Yes, if one system collapse, it might collapse into another, into a whole different system, and so on. And Solomon Eden mentioned that China and Russia are also suffering major demographic crisis. And that's true. We don't know which way the pendulum will swing. The global power pendulum. But at the same time, I ask this, are we simply observers? Do we have any power to change, not even the world, just our aspect of it? Do we just sit around waiting for the next person to occupy, the seat, and we just wait for for the trinkets to come pouring down? Do we have any resolve, any will, any ideal, any vision for the world, or are we simply just there? Yeah. So it depends on what you choose. Yeah, so it seems to me like we're not even choosing, we're just going with it. Do we even have the power to choose? Because, you know, from this conversation, it seems as if we're just, swayed in the wind. We're an object, and the world is a wave, and we're just riding on the wave of the world. Wherever it takes us, wherever it goes, that's where we are. But a whole group of people, and this is all we can do is just see, not act. We only have our eyes, because they say it's not observers. Yeah, and if not observers, what is our role in the world? You know, are we just simply followers? Do we have any will of our own to do anything than just go about with what is happening? That's the questions. Oh, observers are in the way. Wow, so we're not even observers. We're not even in the way, are we? He says, if things run their course, there will be a new master or power, if you will, on the world will erode. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, the kissing the ring. That was, yeah, where we have to sort of go by the rules of whatever, whoever runs the place, when we're simply taking orders instead of not even giving them, instead of just making them for ourselves. We are always just there, like, okay, what's the next thing on the agenda, on the list of to-dos? So yeah, so I guess that's the whole question. What are we going to pass on to the next generation? We definitely can't give them this whole idea of just continue doing what you're doing, because I don't think it's working.
Well, the next one I was watching this thing, but it was this guy said something. He's like, you have to teach your kids, like, yo, everything that everything that you're gonna be taught from now until it's really hearsay. Most of the stuff, most of the what we are taught. I'm not saying not some of it is true, whatever, but a lot of it, especially, you let the people who took you, quote unquote, from Africa, or the people who came here and beat you in a war, you let those same people educate your children. What are we talking about? Same people in here who are talking to me about this and that. If Princeton sends their kid a free scholarship to go there, they're gonna be jumping for joy. Yes, yes, my kid is going to Princeton. If Harvard comes to all most of these people over here, who say, "Hey, I'm giving you a free scholarship to go," most of y'all are gonna be ecstatic. Y'all gonna be stunting on people who went to city colleges. Oh, my son's going to Harvard, baby. So I don't understand how, yo, this the kids when the kids come out, they are ready, man. But again, the older generation who's older is already programming them for we all state property. We working for the state. But when I'm gonna tell my kid, when Kaizo come over here, fight him to the death. When my, when Kaizo come here with his I'm gonna tell him fight to the death. But I know you're not gonna tell your son that. So it is what it is, man.
Yeah, but you better come on up and let us know, because otherwise it really is good to have the last word, and that's how it's going to end. That, hey,
So
get
so
ready
so
to take it.
I'm saying, if you're if you have a son and Harvard sends him a scholarship to go there for free, what are you gonna tell your son?
No, sorry, you can't go. You
No,
know.
you're capping right now. No, I know you're a cap.
Okay, I would say go and get it and come back. You have to prepare them for where they're going, and you have to give them a good head so that wherever they are, they still know where they came from. I think that's what we're not doing. So if you send them out to give them a good grounding, and when they go out wherever they are, they'll still know where they came from. I think that's the most important thing. But let's welcome Bwana Haguziki.
Hey, time.
Hey, welcome. I hope you have some more upbeatness.
What's up? What's up? What's up, Verzuli? What's up,
Hey,
Verzuli?
what up? What up? What up?
Verzuli is being his regular brilliant self, giving his perspective. Verzuli is a madman. He's a madman. But I would say that there are some things that Verzuli says. It is extremely practical. Even though I don't agree with it, it's extremely. He speaks to our people where we are, and I think that sometimes when you hear it, it almost leaves like a bitter taste in your mouth because he speaks from the perspective of where you see our people are right now, and he don't. But my criticism with some of his really statements is sometimes he don't leave no room. It's like all every yeah, and I think that sometimes that's an unfair assessment because there are people who well he acknowledged and I sure he understands that he acknowledged that there are people out there who every day they fight against the fray the so-called indoctrination and conditioning of our people. I think that um as the world standard is right now and how we've been socialized to think and to just accept everything, I'm sure he knows and understands that there are many people like me and you and everyone else who don't look at the world like that. Razuli was talking in terms of the vaccine and how globally everybody just accepted that, and he understands full well that not everybody take no vaccine though. Not everybody take no vaccine. I mean, the governments, the people who may have been in charge, may have tasked. They say, well, here we got this new vaccine that's going to help this situation. There are many people who ain't taking no vaccine. Many people who I know ain't taking no vaccine. In fact, they would have been willing to die first before they would have taken any vaccine. People all over the world, even in the United States, there was a big hoo about not taking no governmental vaccine. And people decide rather not to go to work than to take no vaccine. Many people. So I think that sometimes, the brother don't leave no room for people who may not necessarily accept this so-called societal norms and move away from that. I sure Razuli he's talking about state property all the time, state property, state property. Razuli, I don't think Razuli would marry a woman who think on the level of state property. I think he understands that won't necessarily be beneficial for him. That's why I trying to push him towards you time because I don't think you state property. But yeah, I just think that he don't leave any room, and I think that sometimes in his analysis and in his criticisms, he don't leave no space, and that's my only issues with his comments sometimes.
Um, Buana, it's not. I'm saying that I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like, okay, yes, I get it. Not everybody took the vaccine, but the mere fact that another government could tell your people, those are supposed to be the men that are supposed to protecting the Bahamas, protecting Haiti, protecting Mexico, protecting Netherlands. Those are supposed to be the top men, and somebody come out of nowhere and tell you to shut down your airport, shut down your this and that and the third, and not one of your supposed leaders said no. That's not a good look, bro.
It didn't happen. But see, the way you describe it, right? It didn't happen that way. In this country, let me speak of this country. In this country, the prime minister them was saying that this should happen. They should accept it. But there are many top leaders, political people, even doctors who was basically going against that. And they say, well, are you gonna, if there is any kind of like ripple effect from taking these drugs, are you gonna allow us to sue U.S. companies? There was a big brouhaha about it in this country. Big brouhaha. It's just the people who are at the top. See, and I think that what has happened sometimes, right? Is when people look at countries, they usually look at the people at the top, the prime minister, the main person, and they say, well, since he have these sentiments, the rest of the people have the same kinds of sentiments as well. Because he accepts certain things, the rest of the country must feel like how he does. And that's not always the case. That's not always the case. And sometimes we have political leaders who do express the sentiments and opinions of the people. For instance, if we had our first national leader, his name is Lyndon Pinley. If he was in office, he had the mindset to tell the United States to go after themselves because he did it before. He did it before. And it's not to say that he was an acceptant of some U.S. policies, but there were some U.S. policies he say hell no to. He say hell no to. In fact, you could go on YouTube right now and see him debating live on NBC, against the policies and the decisions of what the U.S. government tried to take. So sometimes it just depends on who leaders in office. Sometimes it just depends on the people in office. There's a little bit more nuance to the discussion. But I understand what you say. When you see the world, you just see a bunch of leaders just saying, "Oh yes, bowing to the United States." That don't necessarily mean the people doing it, bro. Whatever the United States tell these leaders, they have to sell to their people. And sometimes the people are accepting or whatever the ideas are. Sometimes they tell the leaders go jump in a friggin' lake, and the next political season they out of office. That man who accepted all that shit from the United States government, he's no longer prime minister, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that because the people didn't accept some of the ideas he was bringing and trying to sell to the people. So I just think that the discussion is a little bit more. It just have a little bit more nuance. It ain't just black and white like how you describe it sometimes. That's all
No,
I'm saying.
no, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Let's welcome in Dang Wei.
Sometimes hold on. Sometimes I just look out of frustration, but I understand.
Okay, go on, Izuli.
No, I was just saying, Bawana. Sometimes it's just frustration, but I understand what he's talking about.
So I'm kind of like a believer that like I'll say that the government is like a reflection of the will of the people, and that like even if it's not necessarily what people want in a roundabout way, collectively that's like what you're going to get if you kind of just like put together like what say the people want. um and to give like I guess like an example, just like an example in like say like in American politics, like one half of the world is basically saying give me free stuff and the other part is saying don't raise my taxes, and the only way you can kind of give that to people is to basically just print money. um they're two diametrically opposed like ideas, but like that's the end result of what you're going to get when the people say they want this and they also and the other part of the people say they want that. um when it comes to like people's like conformity to the vaccine and everything, um so it just seemed like, and this is just like kind of like, have you guys heard of the Arthur Ashe conformity experiment?
No, brother,
No,
educate us.
no.
So basically it's a little experiment that they did, and they were basically I'm trying to like remember the specifics of it, but to just like give you like a long story short, it's basically they would bring in one person and they would have them among a group of people, and they would have them all basically like pose a question, right? and they would have everybody else in the group give the wrong answer. Now, the person that they brought in doesn't know that they're the person being tested. Now, what they found was, is like, when they had everybody give like the wrong answer, even if it was like as simple as could be, right? Um, if everybody else gave the wrong answer, the person who knew the right answer, like the person that they had brought in, uh, would basically just like look at what everybody else was saying and just like conform, even if they knew that this answer was obviously wrong, right?
Oh,
And they basically happened.
I heard of that. I've heard of that. Like the person, if like three people said 2 + 2 is 1, that one person comes in and says it's 1 2, even though they know it's 4, right? That's what you mean, right?
Yeah. And what
Okay.
they found was, is like basically like this happens pretty much, I think, 80 to like 100% of the time. But what they also found was, is like when one person disagrees in the group and says like, when somebody else in the group or whatever basically confirms what they're seeing and basically says like, essentially gives the right answer, they feel like they have the permission to give the right answer. It's like, it's almost like it's a form of gaslighting in a way, right? Um, and at least when it comes to like, say like how they got everybody to just accept it. So there you have to take it case on a case by case basis. So for example, like a lot of people in other countries don't necessarily have guns. A lot of people in other countries, their leaders just outright rejected it. Like, so from what I understand, Brazil initially they rejected it, right? But then what happened? The United States government, well, I'll say they had an election, and Lula, who was basically under arrest for corruption, they basically bribed the judge, and pretty much, and when I say they, I mean the United States government. Um, and there's a reason why I say I know it was them. They essentially bribed the judge and like pretty much freed the guy, and they made it legal to like run for president after pretty much being convicted of what he was convicted of. And right after, basically, Bolsonaro was the initial president. He was running, or he was the incumbent president. He was running for re-election. They freed Lula. They basically pretty much put him up for re-election, right? Or they put him up for as the challenger, so to speak, or whatever. And Lula won. And nobody believed he actually won. They believed that there was, some tampering with the actual election results. And Bolsonaro conceded. And then right after, what did Lula do? He basically brought in the WHO, and he basically mandated that everybody who was like on assistance take the vaccine. That was the condition for getting any government assistance. And just so you know how I know the government was involved, does anybody know where Bolsonaro is right now?
Nope.
He's with his family in Florida.
Wow. Did he not go through a trial or something? No?
No, so he wasn't actually guilty of a crime. He just fled to Florida. Basically, what happened was that the CIA probably gave him a call and pretty much told him what was going to happen if he didn't capitulate. And he probably agreed because he didn't want to see a bunch of people in his family and, himself die or whatever. And then they basically probably granted him safe passage. And it's funny you mentioned that, because like AOC, or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was basically demanded that he be deported and like tried for crimes, even though he wasn't even convicted of anything. Now Lula, as we speak, is pretty much purging the military of like anybody like legal, or pretty much anybody that's not loyal. And I say I misspoke, whatever, but like basically as we speak, it's funny because like America kind of like goes on this whole spigot about how they're anti-communist or whatever. It's like Lula was a card-carrying communist. It's like, so when he serves your interests, you're all for him. It's like, of course. So yeah. That being said, yeah. There were certain situations where like people didn't buy it from the get-go. Bolsonaro was basically quoted, well, I don't want to say exactly what he said because I might get your channel taken down or whatever, but he basically didn't buy the whole COVID hysteria from the get-go. Um, but look what happened. So it really, you have to take it on a case by case basis, for one, and then two, like you also have to like look at the way kind of just like people will conform to things. Most people will conform to things if they're gaslighted enough into like conforming into it. Like if there's not one person, shouting like, "Hey, don't accept this," like most people will capitulate to it. So, for example, 10. Do you remember? And I remember talking to gas them up about this because I didn't actually get the chance to like bring up what this was actually about. But you remember um Israel Adesanya and like him defending Joe Rogan and everything.
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember what that was about? Like how that even got started? Because like I was watching the saga from the get go because like I was like invested for completely different reasons than Joe Rogan saying the N word.
Joe Rogan had said something. He was cracking a joke, something about Africa or something, and then something about monkeys or something like that. Like I think he said, and then I think that's what it was. I don't remember. I do remember Asanya defending him or whatnot. But I forgot.
So
Go ahead.
I'll tell you what that was actually about. You ready?
Yeah.
So basically, what happened is Joe Rogan had brought on two doctors. One
Mm-hmm.
of them was actually partially responsible for the creation of mRNA technology. He like has patents in his name, and
Mm-hmm.
the other one's basically the most cited cardiologist in the world, uh,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Robert Malone, right? And they basically came on and said, pretty much in a roundabout way, they kind of like, when you know someone's speaking in a way to not get sued, like they have to be careful about what they say to not get sued. They basically said every which way that they could that basically COVID was like a whole, it was basically an op, and that don't take the Fauci ouchie.
Mm-hmm.
you know
Oh,
then
and
and then right after, basically there was like a whole big push to basically cancel Joe Rogan for all the times he said the N word and some other stuff that he had said about XYZ. And then basically Israel Adesanya came to his defense. That was how that actually started.
oh yeah, yeah.
Now, whether you feel like, what he said was like, right or wrong, whatever, that can be discussed later. But that's how that actually started in the get go. Basically, Joe Rogan's pretty much said some things that upset the people in power. And the people in power basically ran like a big cancel campaign against Joe Rogan. And the thing was, is like he saved people's lives. Like, I don't know if you knew, but like the king of Thailand's daughter took the vax or took the jab or whatever, and like she basically like is in like a coma with multiple organ failures. Like they're pissed about that. Like he saved people's lives by warning people, hey, maybe you should actually consider if this is even right for you, and maybe don't take it.
I get what I'm just saying that my whole thing for bringing certain stuff up is just like we act like we're so free, we're so this and that and the third, bro.
Oh, there's only
Bro, what?
there's only yeah, there's only two people who are like really free. And it's funny, I was like kind of given a little lecture about this or whatever. um it's basically, if you're like, if you have so much power that like you lead men and you can do whatever you want, and then the other person is like it's, to give a comparison, it's like the only two people that are free are Diogenes and Alexander the Great.
What's the
the
diad? What's the diad?
Diogenes was basically this Greek philosopher that was pretty much the all the Stoics basically like traced a lot of their philosophies back to him.
Mm-hmm.
uh and he was like this guy that basically walked around doing whatever he wanted. He even got caught like masturbating in public or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Like, but he would say whatever he wanted. He did whatever he wanted. He didn't care whatever happened. Like, they even enslaved the guy, right? as happened in many a time in Europe, they even enslaved this guy, right? And what happened was, is like they asked him, like, what can you do, or what are your skills, or whatever, right? Because they want to make sure they're putting, or getting the most out of the individual that they were enslaving, right? And what does he say? He basically says, well, I'm a leader of men. If you can bring someone here that will buy me, I will tell him what to do.
Mm. Mm.
And he didn't care. Like, they probably beat and whipped him right after, but it's like, that was just, he didn't care whatever the situation was. He just did whatever he wanted, however he wanted. He was the only really free individual outside of the person who was like, at the very tip top. Because like Alexander the Great actually went all the way over there to meet the guy. And like when he meets the guy, this is like, again, Alexander the Great, who never lost a battle, who basically pretty much conquered the whole of, what was known at the time, whatever, in Europe at the time. And like, he basically had heard about this guy named Diogenes. And when he walks up to meet him, he basically asks him, true story, by the way, ask me anything of me and I'll give it to you. And what does Diogenes tell Alexander the Great? The ruler of the world, basically. He tells him, yeah, could you step out of my sunlight?
Shit.
Everybody else is kind of just like, they're kind of just like a cog in the machine, more or less, except for like pretty much those two. And the thing is like when it comes to like, being free, everybody seeks, typically, almost instinctively seeks to be Alexander the Great. The leader of men who basically conquers the world and establishes this new XYZ world in their own name. But like nobody thinks to be like Diogenes. So,
Well, my thing I'm just saying is that if that's the case, man, like I said, this is this is an uphill battle, and I'm not saying that you can't get out of it, but this shit is if they almost have this in the bag, if it's not already in the bag. So I'm just saying now, Shenzhen talk about most of us are suffering from Stockholm syndrome, and some of us love it so much we're not willing to get out of it. And if I'm driving two BMWs, I got a big house. I could go to Punta Cana, whatever. I could go to Germany or to Europe or to South Africa, and whenever I want. What's in it for me to do anything? I don't know if anybody ever saw the movie The Platform on Netflix. If anybody has a chance, watch that movie. And that movie really speaks about society as a whole. Everybody's looking out for themselves, and I think the black community is not any different than any other group of people. So Platform, I don't know. You ever watch Platform? Anybody ever seen the movie Platform? If you get a chance,
can't say that I have.
it's on Netflix. If anybody get a chance, watch that movie Platform.
What is it about?
So Platform is about a vertical prison, and every day food goes from the top floor all the way down. But the thing is, every month you wake up at a level. So if you wake up at level 1, you're gonna eat pretty good for that whole month. But if you wake up at level 200, you're not eating for the whole month because people at the top, they just eat everything, and they don't leave nothing. So those people who are at level 15, 11, 12, they just gluttonous. They eat, they eat, they eat, they eat, they eat, they eat. And the person who's at level 200, they don't. So at the end of the day, those people who are at the levels higher don't try to be like, you know what? Let's ration the food so everybody can eat. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. So, and there's a guy that goes there, the main character goes there and he tries to change the system. So that's a anybody get a chance to watch that movie Platform. It's really about this society, man. But hey, I'm not Stockholm syndrome in the black community is real, and people who don't think they have Stockholm got Stockholm syndrome. So that's my spiel on this. So and watch that movie Platform when y'all get it. I think it's on Netflix still. It's a pretty good. It's a good movie.
Okay, I'll definitely take a look. Um, and in regards to what Dan was saying about the experiment, about people generally conform to against their. Firstly, when you go in the room for the experiment, you trust yourself. You know that 3 + 2 is 5, but you also have there's three relations that we are looking at: the relation between you and yourself, how you view yourself, how you view other people, your fellow people, and also how you view the other. So at this moment, for us, we elevate the other. We put down our brothers and sisters, and we also put down ourselves. So the only person we're putting on a pedestal is is the white man. That's why we worshiping is somebody, you worship somebody that's higher than you. Respect is respect somebody that you look at as your equal. So you're supposed to respect your people, look at your brothers as your equal, but we tend to look down upon each other instead of looking at each other. And the other thing that you said that was very relevant was the idea that somebody will go with the general consensus in the room, but if someone else pipes up and says something different, they'll also start getting more confidence in their own in their own person, in their own abilities and skills and so on. So yes, while we see the system as going one way, while we look at everyone as being deprogrammed, they're only deprogrammed by a very few people. The people who are in charge of things, whether it's the media, education, politics, money, all of that. They're a very small number of people. So it's not to say that it's easy to just to change things, but if a few people can be in control, it means it only takes a few people to change things. It's not that one person is going to stand up, but that's how society has changed. Even the small, yeah, they might feel like small freedoms, or you're going to work day in and day out, but believe me, if if the people at the top had it their way, people would still be working in the factories. They had children working in those Victorian factories. Children, even the story of Oliver Twist. Oliver Twist was about a child orphan, and well, he was, yeah, and growing up in filth and poverty and crime. So this idea of luxury and technology and the gifts of technology are always accompanied by the ills of society. And it takes one or two people to say, no, maybe there can be a different way, because this is how people always thought that there was. It was normal at one point for people to work in the mines for 7 days a week and not take any break and die at your job. But now we have 2 days, which yeah, it's paltry, but at the same time, it's still more than it was. So even the idea of getting minor freedoms, it still comes with a struggle. So in order to overhaul and get the major one, it will take a lot more than we are, and it will take a lot more than either comfort or discomfort. Because if it was just discomfort, people have reason against that. But I think being comfortable in the system is far worse than being uncomfortable. So we'll see how long the system can be propped up to make people either tired enough that they cannot resist, or comfortable enough that they don't want to. Yeah.
When you say system, can I ask like specifically what you guys mean?
For me, I would mean the global system of politics and economics. Yeah, where all nations have to be linked in order to trade, in order to feed, in order to interact, and we're all in the same sort of global market. We're all trading in the same global market and following the same rules of of debt, sanctions, and all that. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, at least if you're talking like the system that like kind of the West runs or whatever. Like, I mean, obviously there's going to be trade between nations. Like that's kind of like I feel like that's kind of a given. But like at least as far as like where like the West just like runs things per se.
Yeah, the rules, the system is the rules of the game, not so much the game itself. So trading has always been there, but the capitalistic and Western style of trading is what is characteristic of the modern age. Whereas
Eh,
Mhm.
they do a whole lot of capitalism for me, but not for thee. Like, and I mean so in the sense
Yes, that's
it's
true.
not really what I would even call capitalism. That the thing is like functionally capitalism does work. The problem is like what they do is they'll do things like this. They'll basically say like okay, I will give a fair and equitable trade agreement between like say America and like Europe or even like the UK or whatever. And if it's like say like I don't know, a country in South America, and I was having a conversation about this, they'll basically send like a bunch of Marines down to like South America to assassinate and overthrow a bunch of like leaders in South America so that the Chiquita Banana Company doesn't have to like negotiate a fair trade deal or negotiate a fair trade deal for like all those tasty bananas and plantains and everything. That's kind of how they operate now. Is that in the game that they kind of just like say like no, like they basically just like they only really play fair, and I've noticed this is really what they do. um because really it's really because even then they'll, if as you've seen recently, they'll screw over Europe. The only people they'll really ever play fair with are like the Five Eyes countries.
The who countries? The who?
The Five Eyes countries, so it's basically America,
Let me
Canada.
guess. America, Australia, Britain. Who are the Canada? And which European Union country will get a pass? France or Germany?
So not even France and Germany. Like they blew up that pipeline and they screwed over every. They'll screw them over if the if the circumstances like permit it. They'll screw over Europe if they will. The only people they'll really ever give like a fair trade agreement and like play fair with like pretty much 90% of the time. I'll say 100% of the time is pretty much the former British Empire. So that's America, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. That's it.
Oh, New Zealand is in there?
Yeah, that's the former British Empire. Like pretty much it never really went away. What happened was it
No, it's
essentially
such a
changed
tiny
man.
little, you don't even think about it like that. But okay, I would have thought that Germany would have been there, at the very least. But okay,
Oh
they
no, they
joined.
screwed over Germany hard this year. They screwed them over. Like what that pipeline pretty much there was a reason they were like burning coal and like stealing firewood from their neighbors like off their like just chopping down trees like while their neighbors weren't looking or whatever. Like that they screwed over Germany. Yeah. That they'll screw
Anglo-Saxon.
over Western Europe. They'll don't get me wrong, they'll give Western Europe like a better deal over like the rest of the world per se.
Hmm.
But like when push comes to shove, like they absolutely will screw over Western Europe. Like the only people they play fair with is like essentially the former British Empire, the
And
Five
that's
Eyes.
why when you asked me what the system was, I didn't say that capitalism, because I just said it's the system of the political economy. That's all it is. It's just a system of political economy. It can take whatever form it wants now. Even the whole capitalism, the people who started it, yeah, they might have had some capitalistic tendencies, but it was not strictly based on less own property. Even the property was very limited. But remember, it was only for white landowners. It was not for everyone. So no, I just
Yeah,
call
they
it.
didn't consider like a lot of other people like human. So Like,
Yeah,
that's
so
they
I
like,
don't call it one or the other. Those are just labels that they put to make themselves look good. But yeah, Jose says New Zealand is an Anglo-Saxon effort. No, and he says no, only Anglo, no Saxon. Yeah, because the Anglos and the Saxons did go to war. So the yeah, and the Franks, the Anglos and the Saxons and the Franks have gone to war. But
yeah.
yeah,
As
it's
far as like if it's, I'll say like as far as like if it's like kind of gonna like, yeah, it's gonna go away. Like, has anybody been paying attention? Like, it's basically falling apart at the seams as we speak. Like, what's going to happen eventually, and when I say eventually, probably within the next, I don't know, probably 5 years. Honestly, we'll see what they do. But like they're kind of running out of money, and it's kind of gonna go the way the British Empire went. Like the British Empire basically just like they couldn't maintain their empires. They just like recalled everybody to stop maintaining like their little basically all these bases across the world or whatever, because they essentially had bigger problems to worry about. That's probably what's going to happen. Like honestly, it's kind of like at the beginnings of it. Like the die is kind of cast. There's no fixing this at this point. Like it doesn't matter who gets elected. There's no fixing the damage that has been done over the past I'll say 3 years. Basically the past presidency. Like you don't have to do anything.
no, that stuff is temporary. That stuff is temporary. They've gone to war several times and have always made up. But at least, even if you lose a game, at least you still have a strategy. What's our strategy? What do we see for vision for ideal, whether we can get to it or not?
You have no strategy. You have no strategy, 10.
Here he goes. Okay, at least a vision, if not a strategy. Do you have a destination, even if you don't know how to get there?
Depends. What do you want? Like,
Yeah, what do we
seriously,
want? What do we
what do
want?
you want?
What are we looking for or at? Even if you lose, even if you lost, even the Chinese, they still had they say the century. Oh, okay, Jose, I'm going to put it up right now. They had their century of humiliation or whatever. But even during that time, they still had a strategy, a destination. If not a strategy, they still had a destination. And during that time, that was a time to learn, to copy, to get the information, and so on.
Yo,
Yeah. So what's ours?
my strategy, I want
Okay,
Nyash.
Jose.
I want Nyash. I want an iPhone.
Whatever, Zuli.
I want an iPhone. I want a Range Rover. And then I want, that's what I want. That's my Nyash's life, bro.
That can be done. That's very easy. Like compared to like, I appreciate people who love the simple things in life.
Can I say something?
Yes, welcome,
Go
Jose.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes. Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
Hello.
I hope you're okay.
What's up, Jose?
Yeah. I commented. I commented that I think maybe the EU or some kind of new bond may go against this Anglo five member bond.
Five Eyes.
Yeah, Five Eyes.
Yeah, the
Is that
Five
like,
Eyes countries.
if like eyes, which you look with your eyes? Is that Five Eyes?
Yeah, call them the Five Eyes.
Oh, right.
How you spell that, bro? 5 eyes or 5 eyes?
Five Eyes. Five
Oh,
IYES. Five Eyes.
all right, cool. Thank you.
It's like a kind of like, it's a nickname for them, the former British Empire. Like it's easier to say than the former British Empire. It basically, it never went away. It just changed management. America became the new head.
But why do they call them eyes? Is it like eye for seeing or eye like the letter?
I'm not actually sure. But like from what I understand, that's just like the nickname they give them, the Five Eyes. Like, and it's it rolls right off the tongue. Easier to say than the entire former British Empire.
Yeah, and you just spelled it IYIS.
IYIES. Eyes.
All right. Yeah, sometimes I think there's a chance that the EU may go to war against them, the colonizers amongst themselves, like before. May even be a war even before China and Russia. I believe Europe needs a war. I have this theory that the First World War, these trench wars, were held exactly where later on the heavy industries were put. In the 30s, Hitler built all these U-Bahn across Europe, and they are still the highways across Europe on which everyone travels. In the Second World War, the inner cities were prepared. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, it's all for. It started with the success of the combustion engine on wheels, as I say, the car, of course. But Europe, Europe was built for horse and carriage. I'll start again. The trench wars were held exactly where later on the heavy industries were built on the eastern front in Prussian, and in the western front in the Alsace. In the 30s, Hitler built all these highways, right? He called them U-Bahn, and he promoted the Volkswagen, the car for the people, right? Volks is the people, and Wagen is, of course, car. And in the Second World War, they prepared the inner cities for the car. They carpet bombed some important cities, of which the city where I live is the best example. With this transshipment harbor, so-called Marshall Plan, but I think the plan existed even before the First World War. But anyway, next is they are switching from the gasoline. The logistics for the combustion engine needs to be replaced for something electric or whatever. So they need to destroy everything again to rebuild it. So yeah, they need a war anyway to prepare Europe for the next great technological leap, as the previous two world wars were.
Well said,
So
Jose.
I'm of the. I was gonna say, like, I'm of the mind. Oh,
Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, I was just
I
going
was
to
gonna
say
say,
the whole purpose of war is not just destruction, but it's like clearing with the forest so that you can plant new trees or build new buildings. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I said I'm of the mind that the next kind of like technological leap is probably going to be not in the West, because they're very concerned of, like, basically like conforming AI into like politically correct solutions or whatever. Like, if you kind of like, for whatever reason, they don't like AI that basically says like a girl is a girl and a boy is a boy or whatever, or like kind of like coming to the logical conclusion of things or whatever. Like, so they've basically been actively like nerfing their AI, whereas like pretty much the Eastern world really doesn't care. They just want something that just does what they want it to do. And then after that, like, I just don't see the money kind of like in the West like lasting very long. Um, but that's just like my personal opinion. Do I see war in the West? Absolutely. Do I see it like, being like, the next leap forward, at least as far as like, technologically, like, doubt it.
And once again, what is our vision? What is our destination?
Yeah, yeah,
That's really
exactly.
kind of what I was like interested to know when I kind of like came in here. Like, what exactly do what do you all want? Like it's kind of like you can form a plan, but it's like, what exactly is the goal?
Oh, the goal is, of course, um, I'm sorry, English is not my first language, so I'm looking for the um, what's the word for to continue to exist.
Survive.
Yeah, there's another word for it, but so let's yeah, survival. To keep existing. That's the eventual, the eternal goal. And I would suggest for now, go along with BRICS, and that's 100%. Not like some of those countries. For example, Senegal is interested, but I suspect Senegal is playing too. Senegal is too. At least Macky Sall is too in love with France. So I'm not cheering that Senegal is interested in BRICS, but uh, they have to go the full 100%. I've been saying that all we have to do is drop the West. If for example, here where I live in the Netherlands, there's about 2.5 million immigrants, of which let's say 800,000 to 1 million are blacks, right? Us people. If only 50,000 would leave in let's say a time span of 2 weeks, the Netherlands would feel that economically, right? So let's make it 200,000, right? And that means that's 200,000 people that stop buying in this country. They stop spending. They stop, you know, and actually all we need to do, to cut ties in a fair amount, and it's done, because we're actually moving money inside of their system, right? So for me, that's for the time being, it's joining what's happening with BRICS, and I'm subscribing the conscious, I'm putting it that way, conscious, because I'm not saying we should become members of BRICS or whatever, but at least join the movement of creating something else, and bypass the colonizer completely, right? That's what I would suggest, and of course the eternal goal is our existence.
Yeah, I would add also, so the first one is align ourselves to the upcoming, you know, forces. The second, I think, is to start creating the partnerships with each other. I think that what we have things that we both need from each other, whether diasporically, whether intercontinentally, and all these, places. And I think that's one way to start, is to start that, nation to nation trading or local people trading and so on. For me, that's really the first way, because you we need so little from outside. You know, if you could feed your people, we've been feeding our people, with maybe some success, but there are places where they're rich in one thing, and there are places where they're scarce in another, and they could start trading and trading in their own, with their own methods. So starting to sort of do things amongst ourselves instead of always, just relying on other people to wait and do it through third parties and to figure these things out. We have to figure out how to run our own economies, what the people need, what, and feeding people would be the first thing. If you can feed your people, that's a great step, forward. And then, have people who know the different levels of the system, the political economy, whichever one that runs the country, in order to work and improve the life of the people. So for me, that's the goal, to improve the life of the majority of the people who, yes, they're still programmed, but they're still people. Yeah.
So I would say that if your goal is like survival and you're like in the West right now, or you kind of like frequent a Western country or a European country, two things I would say. One, I would crack open a tab and like look at like who was affected during the 2008 financial, crisis, like, right around the housing collapse. I'm sure everybody knows what that was. Uh, Look at the list of countries that will like their, basically that their economies will like impacted negatively by that, and kind of just like avoid those countries, like unless they're just like dumping the dollar themselves. I would say avoid those countries. Two, I would say if you have money or whatever, or like, I would say start by trying to like preserve your money by basically essentially, if you're already in the West and everything, I would say start buying gold and silver now and like moving it out of the country before they ban its ownership, because they're probably going to ban it at some point. I wouldn't put it past them because they've already done it before. And what they'll do is they'll basically ban it, right? And they'll give you a lump sum of money, say $2,000, and then they'll allow the inflation to take place, and then like the price of gold and silver will be like, say $20,000, and then like $100 for like an ounce of silver. They'll basically essentially rob you, um, is what they'll do. If anything, they might just take it, realistically speaking. And then after that point, if you say wait till the price of gold is to that point, they'll basically say it's illegally owned gold, and they'll pretty much take it and then throw you in a prison, just like they did last time. Um, as far as like trading, like with other, like, within the continent, I believe that's probably something like, realistically speaking, like, because I've never been. I believe that's something that's like probably best handled by like the individual, but it's something that you as individuals will have to do if you are in, like, say African nations. Like, that's, I don't know how it's done exactly. Like, what are the exact proceedings as far as like crossing borders and everything, and like discussing trade agreements. But that's probably, the specifics would probably better be like handled by somebody who's actually like, a native to the continent and like has experience with that. But that's
Can
something
I
that
ask
was
this
probably
before you
going to be
continue?
done as
How come,
individuals.
Dan, before I continue, can I ask this about, the African Americans in America, Black Americans? Why is it that for all this time they have they tried to form a party, a political party of their own? You
That's
know,
what the Republican Party was.
no, 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 no. Formed by them, for them, not a party that they formed and is sympathetic to their needs. Just their own party. Just form a party of your own, even if it would gather 10% of the vote. It's still independent. They're still small independent parties. The Green Party and all that. Is there a black political party that has ever been formed or tried to be formed?
From what I understand, that was what the Republican Party was. But like, I don't like necessarily subscribe to like two party politics just in general. As far
Yeah,
as like, if there's like a party that's been formed now, like on a,
yeah,
so
but the
I don't
Republican
even,
Party was not founded by black people, right?
Well, they said, I don't know if it was found. They said that the Republican Party was kind of founded by black people. So I don't
yeah,
know.
it was
Yeah,
like
yeah,
essentially essentially a party for like essentially radical freedom. That was what
yeah,
the
yeah,
the,
but
the platform was.
yeah, but if you have special, special struggles, they were not forming it for them. They had a different political ideology from the other Democrats, but it was not they were not suffering from the same things that black people would be suffering from. So no, I wouldn't count the Republican Party unless it was formed by black people who are fighting for, let's say, black people.
From what I understand, that was like what that was. And maybe I could be wrong, but like at least like the origins of the specific party, like uh, Frederick Douglass and like a number of other people. Yeah, that was it was at least formed by them. As like the problem is like we're only like, and at the time we were the largest minority in the country, but like now we're not even the largest minority in the country. We're only like about 13% of the country at this point. Like there are more like Latino, or specifically Mexicans, than there are in the country than there are us. It wouldn't be effective. It would
I don't
be
think
kind of
every
like the only thing you could actually affect is like, again, which I actually do advocate for, is local politics. But like major politics, like on like a national scale, there's no way to affect it. Just simply because the electorate is too there. Realistically speaking, there are too many people voting. It makes it impossible to get anything done, and it permits all this crap that we're seeing now. The problem with the world right now, as we speak, is basically like the sword of like the Five Eyes countries is basically a country that's pretty much like it has too many people voting. Like it's impossible to hold a politician accountable for anything, because like they can just promise free money over here to this different group of people and get reelected. There's like how unless like the electorate was changed. Like if it was like a different situation. This is really the flaw in democracy just in general. Like I don't even believe in democracy in general. I like because it's essentially, and this is a quote, it's essentially two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. It doesn't work. You have to limit the franchise for it to be even effective, or like at the very least be like a significant amount of like the population all on one page. It functionally doesn't work. So I would pretty much, outside of local politics, I don't even really care at this point. Personally, has there been a party? Maybe, I'm not sure, but like it probably, realistically speaking, it wouldn't have been effective had it. I I wouldn't
this
have even known what their platform was or what they believed. Just like I don't like I'm not like just like a huge like I don't know everything. I just like things that interest me. I'll read about it, but I don't know everything per se. I'm just a dude.
they say there's a Republican Party, which is the Republican Party, which was founded by it was also called the GOP, the Grand Old Party. So I don't know if it's the same as the Republican Party, but they say the founders were Alvin E. Bovey, Edwin D. Morgan. So I don't know. I think more during those times, more black people were Republicans than Democrats for
Well,
sure.
yeah, from what I understood, they literally founded the party.
But I don't know if these people. I don't really know. But all I'm gonna say is I heard that too. But that most before the 1960s, most black people voted Republican.
Well,
So
yeah,
because at the end of the day, black people are really more conservative than anything. So
functionally, yes, we're just minorities in like somebody else's country. So that like the thing is like what defines right and left is typically like who's the majority and who's the minority. And if like and this is like seen in you can even see it with like say the Jewish community, right? They typically flock to leftism or whatever, except for like when we're talking in the country of Israel. They turn extremely conservative when they're talking their own country where they're the majority. And that's functionally how it works. Like but like if we were to like compare values, like generally speaking, yes, we're black people in general, and black people, and don't get me wrong, like there are aspects about the culture that are different, but like even black people in like, you know, Africa compared to like black people in America in general, like we're functionally, at least on paper, what we would consider conservative. But like because we're like minorities in like, you know, other people's countries, we're prone to things that would like, you know, we would call the left today. Like I'm trying to find a good example. A good example would probably be, I guess the best example I could probably think would be like China, like the Communist Party from like, you know, from like the revolution compared to like, you know, where it is now is
And
like very different. Like
I'm gonna,
they basic
I'm
they're
gonna,
essentially, say it again.
I'm gonna say that. One thing I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna interject. We got to be
Go ahead.
truthful that communism has never been established. Really, communism is really more socialism. Communism is when the people own everything. In China, the people don't own everything. It's just a certain group of people. They own stuff and they give it to the people. They share it with the people. So we got to be honest, is that because I thought the same thing. Communism has never been achieved in any sort of way on
Do
this
you,
earth.
can I ask you something?
Uh,
Like, do you remember what I said at the beginning about government?
no, no,
When
I
I
don't.
said basically that the government is effectively a reflection of the will of the people.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You did say that.
That's like what the reality of it is. And again, we can go into the nitty gritty of like how that even happened, because like it was like right around World War II, and pretty much the Japanese had basically like essentially decimated the majority of like the Nationalist Party of China, like, which essentially weakened the political opposition to what was then the CCP, and they had basically been funded by the Soviet Union and everything. But like the thing was, is like ultimately, again, the government is a reflection of the will of the people. You can say, you know, that it's never been tried before, whatever, but like at the end of the day, you get the government that you tolerate.
So
Nothing more, nothing less.
are you
If
saying, our brother? Remember when Kanye West said? Remember when Kanye said slavery was a choice? Because if you say,
mm-hmm,
the government is a reflection of the people, right? Or
mm-hmm,
whatever we tolerate, then
mm-hmm.
what Kanye said was out of this world for people to shit on him like that. And I'm not disagreeing with what you said. Like technically, it's like the music we listen to. It's technically the reflection of the people. If you didn't want to listen to it, it wouldn't be brought up. You get what I'm saying?
Say
So,
it again.
like, if we look at the secular culture, like music, the way they say music is going to shit, rap is going to shit, or whatever. But is that also a reflection of us? Like, I'm just saying that I kind of understand what you're saying. You're saying the government is really the reflection of the people. Because if you
It's a
wanted to,
reflection of the will.
the will of the people, if you wanted to make the change, you will make the change. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is like you get the government you tolerate. Like
All right, I understand that.
the government will do what it wants until the people tell them no. If it's not like, and again, this is like, and again, like, unless it's like a situation where, say, like, you know, because the reality of it is like in China, they've basically built this like large apparatus, right? Where basically like the people have no means to resist. They have essentially like a giant firewall. They're not even allowed to like are privy to certain information. I
Oh,
was talking to a Chinese.
hold on, then. If you're saying that the government is the will of the people, and then you're also saying that the government is repressing the people, then you're saying that the government is repressing the will of the people. How can those two be correct?
One inevitably leads to the other. This is what happens when you allow everybody to just like, you know, vote. It becomes impossible to get rid of a person. And once that person knows that it's impossible to get rid of a person, They just start chipping away at your rights, because what are you going to do? Vote for the other guy? Well, he shows you this, or he's basically all for X, Y, and Z, right? Like, and I could even like narrow it down to like, state politics. They had like a special election like for California and everything or whatever, right? Like, what are they going to do? Vote for like, Black Larry Elder, like, as opposed to like, their Greg, was it Gavin Newsom is his name or whatever?
Brother,
No,
I can narrow it down better for you. People will give up freedom for safety. That's it.
absolutely, they will.
But I commented. I was smoking on the balcony and listening on my phone. I'm back at my laptop. I commented. Um, um, the best example of you guys in the United States tethered to the left is us immigrants in Europe. We're also tethered to the left for some reason. Yeah, the left sells itself for the working people, and we are pushed down to the working people class or the lower class. These leftist parties advertise to us, and my parents all automatically here in the Netherlands they voted left. Because they both worked here in the Netherlands, they had money, right? As they voted here in the Netherlands left, they created a demonic democratic party that's more like yeah. Oh, in the United States, you only have two parties, right? I don't know a good example, but it's more like a center right. So here in the Netherlands they were left, and but in the Cape Verde Islands they created a center right party. So yeah, the best example is us immigrants here in Europe.
So yeah, I'm glad that somebody was like kind of like catching on to what I was getting there. It's like the thing is like, and we've kind of like pushed like the backs of like a number of like other like political groups and like at least here in the West or whatever. And like the reality of it is like when you narrow it down to like what we actually believe, we have absolutely nothing in common. Like not even a little bit. Like Black people, like, and it's weird because I've watched them do it, right? In the sense that like you see them pushing LGBTQ in like Africa, right? And like the knee-jerk reaction that Africans like have to it. Black people in general just like have like a knee-jerk reaction to it. They don't agree with that. That's not in their value set, like in the diaspora or in the continent. Generally speaking, it's not. And yet for some reason, like, and I've watched them, when you say something about the LGBTQ community, or I'll say the alphabet community, right? One of the first like five insults that they'll throw, or five retorts that they'll throw at you is like oh, sexist, or they'll say uh homophobe, racist, sexist,
Sexist.
as if we have anything to do with that. And they feel so comfortable doing it because they're like all in this like this, what's the word, the hydra of like the left per se. It's really intersectional, or like I'll say it's part of the kind of the intersectional like triangle, or the intersectional group, or the group of like critical theory. And it's like the reality of it is like we don't actually, when you look at it value set, we don't actually have anything in common with them. We just happen to be the minority in someone else's country, and they kind of like actively take advantage of that. um and it's interesting to watch because it's like they finally attempted to really, in the West, I'll say the Western world has like attempted to like, bring that stuff to like, Africans, and like the reaction is less than stellar. And it's like, because they don't know what the West is doing, but I know what they're doing. What they're attempting to do, and I was again having a conversation about this because like I was I meant to send someone a video regarding this. They're attempting to ideologically subvert Africans, and this takes about 10 to 20 years. You know why? Anybody got to guess why it would take 10 to 20 years to get this done?
For a generation to grow
one
up, I
generation.
guess. No.
Pretty much. They're attempting to basically create the party, because the reality of it is like the Western world has spent a significant amount of time pissing off the average African, and they don't have a decent opinion of like the Western world. They know they don't really have very many people that they can appeal to. So the next step is to basically just like create the generation that they can appeal to, or the opposition party that they can appeal to within your own countries. That's what that is. Like just sending books with like, a bunch of alphabet community stuff in for children that we would consider it like, grooming or abhorrent or strange. That's what that is. Like, and it's interesting to watch, because like they don't actually see what they're trying to do. They see the obvious weaponization, but they don't see the end goal. They're trying to create the generation that they can essentially fund within 10 to 20 years to basically overthrow you in your own countries. That's what they're doing. It's called ideological subversion, or like the demoralization and everything. The Soviet Union did it to America, and now America is kind of like attempting to do it to the developing world. They're trying to basically kneecap you before you even start running. They'll basically find some essentially a number of fringe groups or whatever, and if they can't find it, they'll create it. This stuff that pretty much has nothing to do with like the average African's general value set. But again, that will be the left in the African countries. They're attempting to create it. So it's good that like and again, I'm not advocating for anything for or against people. It's good that the reaction is very I'll say it's not what the West's reaction was when it happened to like them. It's just like, it's interesting to see from my perspective, because they don't see the end goal. Like I see it, but they don't. And I'm trying to communicate it to you as we speak and everything. Like they're just trying to create essentially the generation in your own countries that they can essentially fund, and like essentially the opposition party within your own countries that they can fund to then overthrow you, the quote unquote left in your countries. I don't know if there's like and again, I don't know the specifications of like each and every African country's politics. Like I it takes time to just get through like maybe one country, right?
Well,
But I know the West's intervention when I see it. And like ultimately what that will essentially like amount to is like the new quote unquote minority, because the average person like in like I'll say a sub-Saharan or in southern like African countries is like black, so they can't divide you along say racial lines. They might have tried along tribal lines, but like the reality of it is like most people in Africa don't trust the West, just in general, just off of the crap that we've pulled over the past 20 to 40 years. It's like, well, so what's next? Well, we create the opposition in your own countries.
Solomon Eden has a point, though. We might not trust the West, but everybody still wants to come here. Man, welcome. We have a few new people in the room. Mondetezi, Karibu, Melanated Goddess in the house, and Solomon Eden is back in again. Melanated Goddess, nobody talks too long. Everybody makes their point in their own time. I go on sometimes just on a tangent until I like, it's been quiet. Like I have been talking for straight, I don't know how long, but now everybody is
Yo,
come.
yo,
Yeah.
who is she?
What?
Who is? See, that's why. See, state property.
Oh, it's really.
The brother was talking. You on the chat. You typing. Get off.
Yeah, the brother
What?
is feeding,
Look. Okay. Everyone, relax.
the brother is
Okay.
feeding good conversations, man.
We
Let's.
having a good conversation. The dude's talking too long. Be quiet. Go cook for your husband or something. Do something useful.
But what I can share about political feelings in Africa is there's this strange fear to be associated with communism, while most of us were liberated with help from the Soviet Union, Cuba, and even China. So it's kind of strange. And you spoke about Western influence. Well, that's a very strong one, because how come, how come my parents, in the first years that we arrived here, we were, they were playing black pro-black music, right? Bob Marley, and more of those things. But as I said, later on, um, when the land reforms, and what did that mean on the Cape Verde Islands? They were taking the land from the children of the colonizer. You know what I'm saying? The mulattoes, or even 100% whites that stayed after independence. The land reforms meant that taking land from them and divided amongst the sharecroppers, because that's how my parents lived, right? Sharecroppers. Uh, um, and for some strange reason, we were the poorest of the poor. How can you go against that? You've always lived. You went through hell with these people, and why are you protecting? Why are you protecting them? Right? It's a kind of schizophrenic, and also what you said. Most people are suspicious about the West. Well, look at the title of this show. It's no. Also, there is yes, they are, but there's also this white worshipping. So there's also something, a kind of a schizophrenic um, lifestyle, to put it that way. So yeah, I'm guessing we're closer to each other than we think, especially us. Yeah, me, I was 2 years old when we arrived here. I'm now 53, so I'm 50 years in this country. So not that I was born in here, but so to speak, I was born into all these speeches of Malcolm X. I was born into hip hop. I was born into urban, what is nowadays called urban. So I'm guessing how us second, third, and so on, generation immigrants, black African immigrants live is closer to all of us. So also the descendants of slavery here in the Netherlands, or Great Britain, or France, Belgium, etc., etc. I believe we live closer to each other than we think, because you guys in the United States, you are a tool of the market that the United States is. So every white person outside of the United States follows what the United States sells as lifestyle. Every Asian same thing. They follow the Asians in the United States. So yeah, logically, us blacks outside of the United States, we identify with you guys, and so we pick up the lifestyles that the United States as a company is selling. So we're closer to each other than you might think. For example, the Immigration Act in it was in '65, and around '65 here in Europe, they also switched from immigrants from southern Europe, like Italians, Spaniards, Greek. They were the immigrants here in Germany, the richer European countries, so to speak. But around '65, for some strange reason, they started in the beginning. They went to pick us up, right? Northern Africans, Turks. There are stories that they almost kidnapped Turkish welders like Philips. Philips almost kidnapped Turkish welders. They smuggled them because Turkey needed them too, right? Because most probably something in the industry, some leap or progress was made in the industry that they needed more people or something. And Philips smuggled welders from Turkey to the Netherlands. My mother has an uncle, and he immigrated to Portugal, but a Dutch cookie company. I don't know if you know, but the Netherlands is very big in food processing, but a very large cookie factory went to Portugal and did almost the same. They were smuggled, sort of smuggled out of the country to come and work in the cookie factory here in the Netherlands. So you see these parallel events that we all went through. You know, you guys went up north, also from the plantation to the factories, and we did the same. We went from from the plantation. They turned our country in their plantations, and we went from the moment that we were free. We went right after them to their factories, right? So there's a lot of similarities. To add to the left, the being tethered to the left. So, but I yield the mic, as people say. Is it me or is it quiet?
It's quiet.
No, another thing with the question that Tanzan said, why black people seem to go to the left? Because they are rebelling against God. They like the secular world. They're rebelling against the creator. But especially in America, hey, you come here and you could be anything, you could do anything you want to do. You know what I'm saying? So, like the brother had said earlier, black people are going towards the left because it's a representation of themselves, of who they are. You know, so deep down, maybe we are leftists. We want to rebel against traditional conservative things. So I don't know. Tenzin is probably talking to melanated goddess on the low.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I had to take care of something really quickly, but I'm back now. So we're all good now. Can you hear me?
We answered you. You are like, what do you mean we all good? Oh my god.
Oh my! Oh, you know what? I'll catch up later, another time. Look, you know, life happens, but well, Oga, can you please update me? What happened, Izuli? Don't be
I
mad.
was just, I was just, me. I was just answering your question. You were talking about why do a lot of black people seem to in America seems to go to the left? So I'm saying is that we want to rebel against the creator. So the left, being the left, allows us to be very carnal, very flesh oriented, very pleasure base oriented. Let me do what I want to do. Let me drink. Let me whatever. So I
Well,
think
it used
Yeah,
to be the
that's
party for the worker. It used to be the workers' party, right? And nowadays it's the festival and degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? Party.
mhm. Yes. I was going to say that is because one part is about responsibility, the other one is about freedom. And people chose freedom, no, not the freedom, the real freedom, but the supposed one with the several commas on it. They chose the freedom of the left versus the responsibility of the right. Oh, okay. Let's welcome in
I'm of the mind.
Mhm.
I was going to say, like, I'm of the mind that freedom is responsibility. The two cannot be separated. For you to basically, have command over yourself, you basically have to be responsible for yourself. They kind of go hand in hand. They can't be separated.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Um,
I kind of that's I understand what the brother is saying, but that's for people who have mastered themselves, who understand that freedom is responsibility. Like he just said, and like you just posted, to being free is there's discipline in that. Being free doesn't mean you do whatever you want, do this and that. But our society or the society we live in is that you could do whatever you want. It's like Zion in the Matrix. You do
The thing
whatever you
is, is
want.
like, the thing is like, it's saying that you will do whatever you want per se, but you will bear the responsibility, or I'll say, bear the consequences of whatever you want, whether they be good or bad. It's accepting responsibility for yourself. It's saying that, like, okay, you will not tell me what to do. I'll tell myself what to do. And whatever happens, I'll deal with it.
Yep, freedom is that and then some discipline and responsibility. Yeah, that's yeah, the West or the American dream has been selling La La Land, right? As being freedom, you can do what you like. No, you have to do what you have to do when you're free. and,
What
and
they're
that's and that's
selling,
and that's pride. You can be proud about it. That's free.
what they're selling is like something I found appeals to like the average woman very well. They're selling license, not necessarily freedom. There's a difference between the two. There's a difference between saying you can do whatever you want and it'll all be okay, and you can do whatever you want, but you will bear the responsibility and like consequences that comes like for whatever you do. There's a big difference. Like the idea of responsibility for what you do has been separated from like almost all aspects of like Western culture. That's why things are the way they are.
Yeah, yeah. there's
Culturally, politically, and like on a number of scales.
yeah there's I believe Edward Bernays have taught us and mainly women because that was the goal to have the other independent buyer to yeah to buy But what was I saying? Edward Bernays. I don't know if it was the goal, but what happened was they turned the people's demands for their needs. They turned it into demand for their wants. So nowadays people are more concerned about haves than needs. It really I really believe Edward Bernays changed he's the architect of this mess that we living in. That's what I believe.
My thing is this is like with freedom comes like a very I'll say unique thing or like experience where you have the right to refuse anything anybody brings to you, anything anybody offers to you, any deal, anything brought to you as an individual, you have the right to refuse. But at the same time, you understand that like if you do refuse this thing, whatever they're offering you, you're saying that you will take care of yourself. That's the reality of it. It's like you have the right to refuse what other people bring to you, but you're also stating that you as an individual will take care of yourself. Like fundamentally, like for me, freedom and responsibility, just in general, they're inseparable. And if you're trying to separate freedom and responsibility in front of someone with like a deal that they bring to you, to me, in general, like congratulations, at that point you found your new master. Like if you're trying to like, take something from someone that they've offered to you, but you do not like, at that point, if you take it from them, you're beholden to them in a way, if that makes sense. Like if I say offer you this in exchange for this, at that point, you're beholden to me. You're beholden to me for what I offered you.
Of sovereignty. It's like the decision to enter and refuse to enter into contracts. So you still
You've essentially
have some,
also you've essentially ceded over sovereignty in this realm, or I'll say realm.
Okay. All right.
At that point. That's generally how that works. Now you don't have to, but at the same time, if you don't, understand that like you, and at least in that realm, you must take care of yourself. If you're just like, give me this, or like, I want to be taken care of or whatever per se, and like, and that it applies to generally everything, including to like say government. Like if you're basically
benefits without responsibility, then you lose your freedom. But let's welcome in Mwenda Tezi. He's been patient. Tezi, karibu. Sasa.
Poa. Yeah. Good morning, man. It's morning here in Kenya. But yeah, I'd like to say something about what my brother said about the subversion of Africa by the generations of 20 years and stuff like that. I think my brother was he was right and wrong, like, because there's always this perspective that America has just one point of view, and that they are pushing their point of view towards Africans, and I think this is really not. This is wrong because America is divided. The West is divided. It's not so. When you look at especially look at the LGBTQ issue, when they push it in Africa, it's America. Yeah, it's Biden administration that is pushing it in Africa. But what people don't see also is that the conservative Americans, they also have a foreign policy. People don't see that, but the conservative, the Republicans, they also have a foreign policy, and they push their foreign policies through the church and through the NGOs. A good example is the Ugandan LGBTQ, the homophobic bill in Uganda. They just got passed. What people don't see is that Americans sponsored it. The same. So America, this fight between left and right is also displayed in their foreign policy. So when you see that, that America is pushing the LGBTQ community, people don't see underground how the American conservatives, through churches and NGOs and all these other places, are also pushing the anti-LGBT community in Africa, and they seem to be winning. If you look at the wave of anti-LGBTQ, you think it's just Africans? No, a lot of Americans are funding that. A lot through, I don't know. There's this guy, I've forgotten his name, but it's always funding. So there's this. It's not the American foreign policy is just not one. Is not one. What is it? Just one. It's not. It's divided. It's divided. It's a fight. It's just not one monolith. It's divided. So there is no conspiracy, or if there is a conspiracy, that conspiracy is in conflict with itself to subvert African what?
So
African
I would say,
minds.
like in general, what I'm talking about is like how the government functions. Now, I can't account for like what a church does, because ultimately those are like, in essence, the only time like I've seen like a church like essentially capitulate is like when they essentially threaten their tax exempt status. They basically tell the people in the church or whatever, you will allow this in your church or XYZ or whatever, or you're basically going to be taxed like a normal, like, say business. But at least as far as like ideological subversion, yeah, that's definitely what's going on. Like, I don't know what's going on in like per se, like I can't tell you what a church does, like, say in Uganda. But when I see like the US government pushing like, specific politics and, alphabet community stuff onto like people or whatever, like, like the thing is like, I would ask this is like, do Ugandans' values actually line up with more what a church pushes, as opposed to like, what the American government per se pushes? Like, like,
Yeah, that's actually that's a good question. But you see, this is actually a good point. This is why actually the American conservatives are winning, because the church right now in Africa has positioned itself in a way that it is now a custodian of African values. That's the play it's made, and it's winning that play. That the church is now the custodian of African traditional values. So because of that, whatever the church says, whatever the church says, and the church becomes politically influential towards the government. The government doesn't just live in a vacuum. The African governments don't. They it's politics. So the church has become a super political power in Africa. And so the conservatives in America, they don't need the government of America they're already powerful in Africa just by the church themselves, if you understand. So that's why you find that Uganda, that's a good example. And not just Uganda, Kenya just passed that law. It's been silent, but Kenya just passed another homophobic law. Like, but the politicians that are passing that law, they're doing it in terms of African values and Christian and even Islamic values. Like, that's how they are. That's the guys. That's how it's passed. And if you dig deeper, you find, oh yeah, there's an American organization that's funding that. So it's this fight this fight that's in America is still displaying itself in its foreign policy. That's my point. And I actually had a second point. So I don't think because Americans are fighting within themselves, I don't think they have one specific agenda to subvert young African generation. I think they're all fighting for the African generations, all of them. So I think that makes their fighting a bit more compromised. And my second point, actually, because I have to go, but my second point is the biggest weakness and the biggest way, actually, and I've said this before, the biggest way that Americans or the West can really do what you call subvert African minds, and this is written by the book. I don't know if you guys know Wangari Maathai. She's a Nobel. She wrote a book called The Challenge of Africa. It's doing rounds now. It's really trending, but it's an old book. But she says that one of the ways when Africa was freshly independent, one of the ways the West tried, actually this was the main way, was try to now subvert African minds, because at that time Africans did not trust white people. The way you talked about that was true. Africans did not trust white people. So, but they realized Africans trusted Africans, right? They didn't like they trusted black skin. So the West like, oh, okay, because they will not trust us as white people, we need to. What they did was this program. I don't know if which president was there at the time. I don't know, I've forgotten the name, but there was a program that actually was pushing Africans towards the diaspora, was importing was taking Africans, pushing them towards the diaspora, getting them an education in the diaspora. Then after they in the diaspora getting compromised because they felt that since they cannot influence Africans in Africa that effectively, as you can see right now, they cannot. It's very difficult to influence Africans in Africa effectively because of that chaos of foreign policy. They realize it's easier to influence Africans in the diaspora. That's where their influence is strong. So they used to there was this program that actually did Barack Obama. Barack Obama Senior was part of that program. I don't know if it was
the air flight in the 60s.
Yeah. That program. Yeah. Now, Wangari Maathai says that was one of the ways in which the Americans wanted now to subvert Africans' ideology by actually putting Africans within their sphere of influence, then pushing them back to Africa because we're with their ideology. So that was one of the biggest ways. And to me, I agree. In fact, to me, I've said this before, the biggest weakness in Africa right now is, what is it? It's tribe. Tribe is the biggest weakness in Africa because whenever, and I posted this article, I don't know if Tanzania saw it, but there was this article about Africans going back to tribal ways, ambiguous tribal ways. Each tribe, just weird tribal ways as a solution to the problem that they don't of capitalism. Instead of tackling the problem of capitalism, which is of American ideology, which is Western ideology, instead of tackling it head on, the government pushes these weird solutions of no. The problem is we need to go back to our tribal ways. We need to go back to each tribe. This is a way of confusing Africans. So to me, that's the biggest weakness in Africa is just tribes. It's just the tribes are really getting into the way of us actually seeing our problems and fixing it really. So
before before we hand it over, I had asked a question earlier, to everyone. So we talk about what is being done, what's all that, and I asked earlier if we're just observers, we just look and see what's going on, or do we have an aim or a plan? We might not have the strategy, but do we even have a vision of what we want for ourselves, outside of someone else directing it for us? Can we have a self-direction? Do we have a somewhere that ideal, even if it's not realized in our lifetime? Do we have somewhere that we see ourselves going? What would you say?
Yeah, that's the point I was making, that the only way we can have a plan is when we see the problem. You have to see the problem to actually come up with a solution. Okay, this is the problem. And what's preventing us from seeing the problem, and I see this used by the West. I see this used by the West. So they used it before colonization, and they're using it right now after post-colonization. Is tribalism. Whenever Africans, and I see this as a cycle, it's a cycle. Whenever Africans start to realize, wait, the problem is systemic. The problem is the system. The problem is systemic. Some sort of tribal wave, tribalism pushes. Now everybody, and the politicians and all that, everybody now looks at tribe and all that. And then now the message is lost in the chaos of tribalism. So to me, what's preventing Africans, and I see this all over, because even we talk about African leaders, the only way an incompetent African leader shoots to the top is through tribalism. That's the only way. That's the only way he can push, because otherwise his incompetence is bare for everybody to see. It becomes so, without the tribalism, their incompetence becomes so obvious to everybody to see. The way you can see it in the West, like, hey, that's an obviously incompetent leader, right? But in Africa, they can't see that because tribalism, because, oh, no. When he comes from my tribe, when you criticize that leader, people from his tribe are like, oh, no, you're criticizing us, So it's a very, what is it? I don't know how to say it. It's like it's like a sinusoidal wave where we reach a certain level, then this, and I purely believe it is Western propaganda. They push this media articles, they push these tribal leaders. Even in politics, you can see that they always support tribal. If the West always supports tribal politics above ideological politics. And I think that is what's preventing us. The moment Africa reaches a point where we speak in ideological politics, you will find that all these things, a lot of these things, we'll have now an ideological approach to our foreign policy, and we'll have an ideological approach to everything like that, because what's preventing everything is just because it's the ideology, really. That path or that specific target we have, it should be an ideological target, but right now it's a tribal target. So my point, so the solution really is the disintegration of tribes. To me, that's really the biggest solution. Not going back to tribal ways, but disintegrating these tribes and moving on to now ideology. So yeah.
To be fair, I guess I do see your point. It's like you can't really capitalize on what's not there. But at that point, like, the next step is like, and again, this is generally from what I've seen, like, at least that's like why I said it, is like, because I'd be repeating myself at that point. It's like, it's basically like, you've kind of spent enough time pissing off everybody in Africa. It's like, there is one thing that does unify tribes, is like, if you pose a greater threat than the like, neighboring tribe or whatever, that's like, has a problem with you. It's like, well, if you do, then at that point you kind of just have to start ideologically subverting people and start, like, basically breaking them down via ideology, which I guess that would be like a step ahead. But again, that's just the way I
but
see
you're
it.
still not saying. Okay, so Teze said the disintegration of the tribes. Are you talking about something like Tanzania, or something more of the no tribal identity at all, or just put to the side? Because we can look at Tanzania and say they have they have pretty much, they're not very tribal like some of the other countries. They have somehow managed to to transcend their tribal loyalties for the greater national one. So is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but you see, Tanzanians are on the path of complete tribal disintegration. A lot of Tanzanians, especially the young generations, they don't even know their tribal languages. They can't speak their ethnic, and that's the path. That's actually the path. Like I've always said this, that these ethnic languages, they should just be documented and be appreciated as part of our history. But we need to move forward, because whenever we have ethnic lines, politicians will use that as identity politics. And the moment we have identity politics, there is no ideology in identity politics.
But brother, that, that's a problem in this current system, and this current system is their system. They never cared about how we work. Why should we change to fit in this system? Why can
So
we not? Why can we not be fully ourselves and have our own 100% our own concerns, and then start thinking? So and I mean not think in this system. This obviously is not our solution. So why should we fit in this system? The problem is us being us the problem, or is us having somebody else's system forced upon us? At this moment, nations are leaving this system. You
So
know, it is possible. We can go with that flow for the time being, but the goal is also is always us. So we have these tribes, right? And they have their language, and you say we should dump them, document them, and put them in a museum or whatever. No, no, I don't think so. I think we should stay diverse. We should stay diverse and be as rich as our soil is, be as rich in experience and vision as our land is.
so I actually have like a middle ground, at least perspective on that. So on one hand, uh the thing is like diversity per se is like, even in the West, it doesn't actually work. Like if you look at what's going on over here, we're basically kind of like at the point of like, and I mean, I kind of give this statement or like, this phrase all the time, but like the president at the time does not really have the power of all 50 states because we're basically broken up along, I guess, I would say the equivalent of tribal lines. We all have different values. We all have diverse kind of like beliefs about what is and what shouldn't be. Um, and that can be taken advantage of by like a neighboring nation, absolutely. In the same way that like I would say it can be taken advantage of, like in Africa. I don't think that like your languages should just be thrown away because there's a use for that, and I'm going to tell you what it is. So like in like World War II and like I think in World War One, they basically like what happened was is like essentially like I'll say at least in war, like other nations could crack and decipher military code because it was based on like equations. I actually had a teacher that taught us how to like break military code in like mathematically speaking. But what can't be broken is like a language that you just simply can't understand. So, have you ever heard of the Wind Talkers?
Yes, they used Native Americans, right? Americans used Native Americans
Yep,
to
because the language was just so unorthodox, it really couldn't be broken. So, if you have languages that can be spoken, those should at the very least be preserved and kept. Like, should you all just see each other, at least from like, just as like, at least I'll say a Tanzanian should just see each other as like a Tanzanian. Absolutely. That is like a step forward. But like at the same time, tribally, if you have like a different language, it should be preserved because it can be used as like, a weapon, at least as far as like communicating information to like other people that like
Yeah,
the
that's
other
that's
people just
exactly
simply
what I'm
can't.
saying.
That
That's
should be
exactly what I'm
kept.
saying. The languages should be preserved, but I don't think it should be preserved and documented. And I think that's where it should end.
you cannot
Exactly. The only identity that should matter is the national identity. Because in the end of the day, we can say it's their system. But now, who created Tanzania? Who created Kenya? Who created Uganda? Who created Ghana? Who created South Africa? Then we should now even drop the nations if we're going to leave the system. But since it's impossible to drop the nations, then we should now adopt the national identity.
why is
If
it
we and we cannot adopt
why,
that if everybody is speaking different languages and politicians, that
why
just that just gives rise to political divisions based on literally speaking different languages. And you talked about American divisions. I find American divisions way more superior because at least Americans are divided on like ideology. Like Africans are divided because of simply speaking different languages. That's it. That like there is no ideology behind it. There is no It's just simply speaking different languages. You will find that these
So
people are
identity is no ideology. Is that what you're saying? And a unique identity is not an ideology, really?
yeah. It's not. It's not. Identity is not an ideology, because if you look at what different African tribes, they all want the same thing, but they don't. But they are fooled into thinking they want different things because of identity.
So a Frenchman and a German, they want the same thing.
Those are two different nationalities. You see those are national. Those are, a Frenchman is a national. Like Frenchmen are all like, it's a good example. Frenchmen they all see themselves as French, right? But now in Africa, they don't see themselves as the same nationality. They see themselves as different tribes.
Okay, other example, the Friezen here in the Netherlands. The Friezen, they have their own language. They have their own street names. The Friezen. They are a part of the Netherlands, but they are way older than most of these European countries and nations and tribes and etc. But so I mean, and there's no problem. There are people complain, but yeah, it works. So why shouldn't it work over there? You know what the problem is? If the Friezen were divided over Germany and the Netherlands, right? And Germany and the Netherlands were enemies. That's the problem, right? So or Germany, for example, the Igbo, they are in Nigeria and in Cameroon, right? And the Jola and the Mandinka, they are in Guinea. They are in Guinea-Bissau, in Senegal, in Gambia, and in Guinea-Conakry, and most probably also in Mali, right? So we need our system. Africa has also nomads, right? What they used to cross over many countries from left to right through the Sahara, right? So and now is it still possible? I don't know. I assume it's not possible. They need visas and passports and whatever each time they cross a border, right? So we need what if the system is the problem, brother?
Okay, that's actually a good question. There's this book called World on Fire. It's a very popular book. I don't know if it talks about how the minorities speak, the dominant minorities in nations. So when we have like situations like you talked about the Netherlands, I don't know really about those guys, but I know a similar situation in Botswana, where we have the Tswana people who are the dominant majority, and then the other smaller tribes. So the Tswana people constitute probably more than 70%, if not 80%, maybe even goes back up to, I don't know how, but it's a huge, dominant majority. And because of that, the national language is Tswana, right? It becomes obvious. So all these so because of that, it becomes easier to have specifically ideological politics. But in situations where like Kenya, where there is no dominant minority tribe, or there is no dominant majority ethnicity, or stuff like that, what the West uses, and this is a tactic that has been used in multiple countries, they take a specific minority and they make it a dominant minority. And because of that, all the other ethnicities starts to see it. You can just see the chaos. It happened with the Asians in Uganda. How there was a massacre of Asians. This is what happens. So that's why I'm saying that tribes in a specific situation where the tribe is the dominant majority, this issue can be contained. But in where there is no clear majority in tribes, where there is no clear majority, and it's just a country where just a bunch of tribes where there is no clear majority, there will always be a fight for supremacy in terms of identity or in terms of tribal supremacy. And this is the weakness that the West always capitalizes on.
The
And
problem,
so, yeah,
On some level, there's like a level of brilliance to that. It's like when you look at like, Liberian, like the plan for like basically essentially sending slaves back to Africa to essentially like colonize Africans. There was like a level of like wisdom to that, in the sense that like that should be appreciated to anyone who just like likes winning wars, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of like appreciate that like these people just will not accept being dominated by another people that look nothing like them. So you send people there that look like them
yeah,
to
that's the point.
basically rule
Exactly
their
my
set.
point.
Like, it's genius in some
but the
way. Like,
problem,
that's
the problem is not the language, yo. The problem is because the problem is not the language. Like, you can speak different language. You have to recognize that you're the same people. The problem is what you're saying, Tezzy, is that you're saying that speaking a different language says you're a different tribe. Okay, so what if I go and move to your tribe and learn your language? Am I your people? No.
Exactly. That's you guys are speaking the same thing I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
No,
People
but
are the same, but they don't see themselves as the same because of something funny, like speaking a different languages. Like, I can go and speak a different language, learn somebody's language, and they will not know that I'm from another tribe. They'll think I'm from their tribe. But politicians and the Western funded politicians push these divisions, and this is really what's putting Africa in its knees, because now it prevents us from talking about having an ideological conversations, because we're still stuck on this tribal line. Like, oh, he's my tribe, this is my tribe, this is our tribe has been oppressed, oh, this tribe needs to be doing like this, we need to, so we are stuck there. We are stuck on
so,
like village politics.
so to me,
It's
the
funny you
greatest,
mention that, because like I actually had like a Chinese immigrant kind of like explain to me like why they have like different languages in China, like Mandarin and Cantonese and everything. He basically said that like it was like a preservation mechanism. They basically, when someone came over and they were speaking like say Mandarin as opposed to like Cantonese, they knew that like wait, even though he looks like us, he's not necessarily from us. So like they know like, okay, we need to kind of like look into this person. Where does he come from? What's his business? Like it's like language in the function. And I said this like a second ago, like when it came to like when it came to like the Five Eyes countries, like the thing is like they're all essentially unified by like essentially a shared history, culture, and language. There is something that like there is something when it comes to like language that kind of just like does kind of like tie people together. It's like if I can't understand what you're speaking, then I just naturally gravitate to those who do, as opposed to you. The reason why they kind of just like share, like or I'll say why they treat these people better as opposed to like say other like European countries, and to like a further degree, a much more apparent degree, I'll say the rest of the world, is like because they're all a bunch of people with the shared list like history, language, and culture, right? Like everybody speaks English in like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and America. Like there may be a different accent that's apparent, but they essentially like a UK immigrant would really have like there may be some differences in culture, but like largely speaking, they'd have no problem just like coming over and like immigrating over here, right? Like because like it's in general, at least when it comes to like the Anglosphere and everything, they have like a whole lot more in common than just say like someone in like say Asia, or like someone that's like in the Middle East, or like Africa in general. Like they share a language, a history, and culture. There may be some differences per se, like at least as far as like the specifics and everything, but like they generally have no like by the time there's like their children come about, they'll essentially be completely indistinguishable. Like a lot of the earlier immigrants in like America came straight from Europe. They sent them to Ellis Island. They basically signed some papers, swore an oath or whatever, and then they were basically American. That was how that worked. And if they made it, they made it. And if they didn't, they went back home.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And if you just to add on that point, look at the politics of Canada, look at the politics of the UK. Because they have one language, the politicians are now forced to have ideological politics. Like the politics now becomes more ideological because they can divide people on language basis. Because a politician will use the easiest route to become powerful, right? So if the easiest route is, oh wait, this guy is speaking a different language from us, that will be the politics of the day. But since they all speak the same language, the politics now become more ideological. Now you have politicians talking about social welfare. They talk about foreign policy. That's because they can talk about tribe now because everybody speaks the same language. You see, even the politics now advances beyond the foolish lines of just tribes. You see how this is why I keep
Well,
saying.
Tezi, hold on, Tezi. So if it's just about the language, then why choose Kiswahili at all? Yes, Kiswahili expanding, and we have all these people. But if you want to really get the universal language, then why not do away with Kiswahili also and just go straight to the motherlode English? That will open you up to a whole lot of other people than just Kiswahili. So if it's about the ease and communication and opening up the your markets and preventing this so-called localized thinking, then that should be the case. Why should Kiswahili be any different than, let's say, English, which would serve a better purpose?
So
Oh, because
typically this
Kiswahili.
sort of thing, like typically that thing is decided by like who dominates. But like earnestly speaking, for me, it's like whatever's easiest.
Yeah,
Like
and Swahili, and Swahili is already a national language in 3 countries. I think 4 countries in East Africa. So
Yeah. I'm not downing Swahili. It's a wonderful language, and it's the use is increasing. I'm just saying that if you're for expanding for the highest market or for the largest market, even in Africa itself, it would make more sense to promote a more universal language like English than Kiswahili.
no, okay.
Those.
My point. That's my point. My point is that Swahili comes with a national identity, like the way English has is it a British identity that even when the British speaks English, it's even more superior to the Americans and the Canadians and all, because that's their language. They originate from that. There's a power from that, and so
the
I
thing
think
is, like, even
Yeah, but it's
English
only
as we speak it
national,
now.
that identity only in the East. For example, the West would not necessarily have that identity with Kiswahili that, people in the East do. We can only, go so far with it, and we're still limiting ourselves. So what
The,
I'm saying is that if we to include even the rest of the African countries, then it would make more sense to choose a language that unifies more Africans, which is English.
so the thing is like even English itself is technically an amalgamation of like a number of languages that like originate from like say the Saxons, the Celts. There's like some aspects of like a romantic language in there, and there's also some aspects of like Nordic language in there. What will eventually happen, and we probably will never live, we won't live to see it. If you basically did both of what I'm saying right here, is like eventually there will be like a blend language of like essentially like English and like Swahili. If you did both of them, that's generally what happens is like when you basically like bring like a language over, is like at least as far as like what's going to happen generally speaking is like they're going to develop a dialect that's like influenced partly by English and partly by whatever language they speak. Like it ultimately won't amalgamate to like one unless one dominates the other. So like if you bring say like one into the other, like I would say ideally, ultimately speaking, so long as the people aren't separated, like in the same way that like Spanish and like Italian are like virtually very similar languages if you look at them, like their roots, because they essentially both like root from like what's it Latin. They both root from Latin, and there's like some aspects of like essentially the Germanic tribes that like had conquested them or I'll say like conquered them for like a period of time. It was like after like Rome fell. But like functionally speaking, if you look at like how the languages function, they're very, very similar languages. Um, Probably what ultimately will result in that, and I'm not saying what should be one or the other, like, but like what you're essentially talking to, right? Is like one say wants to English, one say wants to like say Swahili. If they eventually become one people, or they're forced in, I'll say forced in a situation where they have to like deal with each other, you'll essentially wind up with some essentially dialect of like Swahili and English that like winds up like being something that probably either of us could, I'll say, you could partially understand and partially not understand. If you spoke Swahili and English, it would essentially, you'd probably have no problem like picking apart what the language is. But like eventually that's probably what's going to happen in the situation like that. If you're, I'll say, if you're forced to deal with each other, right? If you're just separated, then it'll basically kind of just like turn into their own languages.
Well, I think that people have the ability to speak, converse, and talk in more than one language. So for me, yeah, I support the Swahili as the propagation of Swahili in East Africa and other countries. It could, if it was spoken everywhere in Africa, that would be great. But at the same time, also still celebrate the tribal identities. I don't think that having different tribes is necessarily a reason for conflict and so on. I think that the people can still have both a national identity, a tribal identity, and still be able to converse about, concrete ideological matters. We showed that, in the 1960s, where people both had their tribal identities and also managed to forge, the national identities amidst all that, conflict and chaos that the post-colonial era was. So I think that we shouldn't limit, the Africans so they can only be one or the other. Yes, those tribes have been used to cause division based on, other people, interference. But if we had our own, way of running things, we should be able to respect each other's tribes. And for the most part, we have. Yeah, Tanzania is one example. They have managed to, to forge their tribal, their national identity. But even Kenya, yeah, we can talk about, everyone is always concerned about the tribe, but at the same time, we also have our national identity where Kenyans, despite being in the country or outside, we always have this, hey, you're a fellow Kenyan and so on. There are Kenyanisms and the things we understand about each other and so on. So we will still manage to live in peace with shared and different identities. So I don't think that we should limit one or the other. If we have those identities, or, multiply them. I don't think that humans should be limited to one or the other, because if you end up doing that, then people will now, fight over the different identities. I think that more people have, more religious identities would be more also is also a factor. So should we have one universal religion? That would not work. People still want, despite everything, to hold on to their differences, even as, because unity would mean nothing if everyone was the same. Unity comes from the idea that people are different, and that's why they need to unify. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, but Frantz Fanon said that the ultimate identity should be national identity. That's what Frantz Fanon said. He said that that is the ultimate true identity. He said that. So, in the end of the day, even religion in a country where there is no there is no dominant religion, and you can see this in a lot of West African countries where they are half and half on stuff like that. You will find that there is religious conflict. So in the end of the day, even a nation needs a dominant religion and a dominant, a dominant language, and and because of so and I understand your perspective, but Tanzania, I feel like that is a utopia. Like it is it's ideal. Is it what is it academic, or it's just is
No,
the
I'm saying it's
ideological way
quite a
of life?
reality. And the reality that I showed, the example that I showed was actually, our country of Kenya. We have, 42 different tribes, and for the most part we live in harmony. Yes, we're always jostling for power, but we respect each other on the whole. We still have our Kenyan identity, and we still also have our tribal identities. So I say that it is possible.
News
The
So
I
problem.
disagree. I actually
like
okay.
I'll
Let me
say
let me disagree. Let me
go ahead.
disagree first. First, okay. In a good example is Kenya. Kenya does not have like we don't have tribal identity and national identity. Kenya is actually struggling in having a national identity. And the national identity is winning. No, and it's only winning in cities where a lot of people don't even know their ethnic language. But the politicians, when it comes to the rural areas, the ethnic identity is still stronger than the national identity. And because of that, Kenya is actually falling short in many things. In terms of ideological practices, I even posted something in the Swahili Nation where we talked about where there was this push to go the answer to capitalism, because a lot of Kenyan youths are suffering from this capitalism thing where Kenya is a very nation. So we suffer a lot from capitalism in just the global stage. And instead of when people start to see, oh, the problem is capitalism. The problem is the citizens, is the system. When people begin to see that, because eventually people start to see that, that's inevitable. When people begin, there is this weird media push for tribalism, and Professor Wandia Njoya, she says this. She's a great academic. She actually noticed it, like that this thing is not sponsored by Kenyans. This push. So when you push for tribal identity, what you are really doing is pushing now that Western agenda. People don't understand. People think that the Western agenda is anti-tribal. But people forget that even during colonialism, a lot of these Western countries didn't want Africans to be educated. A lot of these Western colonialists didn't want Africans even to learn the language. So tribalism is actually what the colonial state is what was pushed by the colonial state. So what we need to do to fight actually this global system is actually to take away the tribes and face it as unified nation with one national identity. Because if we have one national identity, then we see things as they are. We see, okay,
you're,
these
con-
these
you're, con-
policies are not good for our national interests.
you're
We
contradicting
see
yourself.
things there. We see how the system, the global system, is not good for our national interests, because tribe has no institution. Tribe is just it's just language and maybe a specific way of life. It has no legitimate institution. Like it can't make rules. It can't make. It's just like a philosophy. So, but what has power? What has an institution? It's the government. It's our nation. The nation is an institution. So we need, when we are focusing on things that are not institutional, things that are not don't have that type of power. That
Why?
is where
Question.
the West celebrates. To
Question.
me, that's my perspective. So we
Question.
need to focus on the nation
Yeah, let
instead
let
of.
uh, let Jose ask the question. Um,
Why are they not constitutional? The colonizer. Why should we keep it that way? Why not make tribes constitutional? Did you know that the EU is actually already a country, but the people are not fully aware of it. So for example, the Netherlands, there are local elections, there are national elections, and there are elections in the EU, right? The national elections are a facade. So you actually have small compounds, very small compounds, I must say, of the country, that the local votes count in the EU, and the national vote doesn't count at all. That's maybe for the theater, right? So the same. We in Africa have more reason to do the same, and the local elections could be along tribal lines. But you already know this actually this conversation isn't even necessary, because the tribal lines are not that sharp. You know that, right? You know that the tribe intermarry. You know that, right? You know that it's not a big deal. You know that the bigger the issues on the continent are imported ideologies. It's religion, it's politics, and it's our borders, right? And and along the borders, of course, economical interests. So all our problems are not us. It's not the tribes. It's their system. It's their ways. It's the system that they lay down. And I think I think you were contradicting yourself, because to be really anti-globalist is to contain your tribe, to contain your identity. So what I propose is to not completely do away, but because in the meantime we have identified ourselves with these colonial territories that we call our countries. But I propose to uh, to to draw those lines that we call borders, to draw those lines again, but this time over tribal borders. For example, between like I said, the francophone Cameroon and the anglophone Nigeria, and yeah, I mean, to hit two birds with one stone, immediately do something about those colonial languages, right? When tribes become institutions, the members of those tribes will yeah handle according, I assume, like they did before, when they were when there was when this system was not there. They recognized each other, be it in friendship or in animosity. So I don't know what I don't know how the tribalism is the problem. The problem is his economical system, his colonial territories, his religion, his political ideologies, his his bullshit that he calls education. That's our problem. That has us schizophrenic.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree that the problem is not. I agree the problems are all these systemic problems. But what I'm saying is, tribes prevent us from seeing. They blind us from seeing the real problem, and we see fictional problems in terms of tribal lines. That's my whole point. That the problems are systemic. But what's blinding us from seeing, as Africans, from seeing the systemic problems are tribes. That's the point. That's why I'm saying we need to get rid of this the blind. We need to get rid of these things that blind us, so that we can see the problem head on and come up with actual solutions. But because this is the thing. Look at the countries like Ethiopia. A good example is Ethiopia. They made tribes a thing. They made tribes part of the whole constitution. Look what's happening.
Who's they?
Every year they can't get over. Look at another example is Zimbabwe. Another example is Zimbabwe. Another example is South Africa. This Zulu what? The Zulu king or the Zulu princess? They make big money. They make big money. They are paid by the state. Big, like it's ridiculous. But do they even push for the welfare of their people? you see, this is what happens with tribal chiefs. The concept of tribal chiefs came also with the
Yes, but
colonial.
the relation between Zulu
So
and the apartheid system is old. So what is the problem there? Is it the Zulu tribe, or is it those that where does the enormous amounts of money that you speak of come from? It's like you're blind for it's like it's impossible that white folks are the bad guys. How Sway?
No, my
so
point is okay, yeah.
I was gonna say like, and this is just like kind of like from like a perspective that's like never had like to deal with like anything akin to tribe. At least when it comes to like over here, like generally speaking, like and it's not to say there's not like some form of like tribalism per se, but it's not something to be taken advantage of or whatever, because we're all kind of like within kind of the grains of like America. But like at least for me, it's like I the only two things I really see is like I'll say three things. It's like can I understand you or what you're trying to communicate? um do you look like me or what do you look like per se or whatever? Like I obviously see a person that looks like me or like or that doesn't, right? And then because that's evident. But like then after that it's like what are your values? Like I don't the thing is like when it comes to like tribe, I can make a tribe per se with like really anyone, so long as like we speak the same language and like we share values. Like what do you believe and what do you want out of things? Like what do you think the world, at least when within the confines of like us, what should be? um at least when it comes to like that specifically, like because I've never, this isn't like one of those things I've really ever had to like deal with. And like it's been made apparent to me, like you mentioned Ethiopians, because like I would say probably um at least when it comes to things like that, right? I would say Ethiopians and probably Nigerians are probably some of the most, I would argue, prideful people I've met amongst like African people just in general. Like they will make it apparent as to like who they are and where they come from. uh Generally everybody else is like I generally have to ask, um at least when it comes to that specifically speaking. But like whether like we can just like be a people per se or whatever, it at least when it comes to me, because like I don't have a people per se. It's just like whether you just agree with like my ideals or not, and like can we communicate? That's literally all that's required.
Yeah, and because of that, it's easier to actually see the problems of the world and actually see past. It's actually to how it's good to it's actually easier to have an common ideological goal, right? Than somebody who claims like, hey, I'm not black, I'm from here, I'm not. You can just see what how warped tribalism or tribe makes your mind. That when you look at those Africans who say, I'm not black, I'm from this clan. I'm from. Look at the political systems in their countries, and you'll find that they are based. The political system and the governmental system are based on tribes. That's why they can say all these things. So this is actually a good example of how tribe warps the mind and makes you blind to what the common goal should be and the common problems should be.
Realistically speaking, like if I was say like the lord of all of Africa, right? um like and I mean this like in a hypothetical sense. Like let's say like I'm in control of like the entire continent, and like I'll say Madagascar and the islands or whatever, right? Or I'll say the Cape Islands and everything. I would basically demand like an account for like basically each and every person's history, culture, and language. And I'd basically build a grand library, right, where people could just like read where they just like come from. But like after like once that's done, Like we all agreed on like, whatever language we're going to speak. You can speak whatever language you want to at home, but just at least make an attempt to where like, I can communicate with, you and yours or whatever. Like we communicate, generally speaking. And if you want to speak a different language in your own home per se, I don't really care. In the same way that like, immigrants in the West do. Because like that's really like not my business, and I don't care what goes on in your home, in your people. Like that's just like, because like at least in the West, like generally speaking, I'll say, and this is probably one of the few things I would say like at least America kind of got right. It's like this idea that like we all agree on like a common set of like values. Like no, that's never going to be the case. If you break it down and like their history and kind of like what goes on with like a lot of like the founding fathers, quote unquote, is like they kind of didn't actually like each other. Like a lot of them didn't. They just all shared a history, a culture, and a language, and they just didn't want to be hung by the king. That was really all that kind of just like brought them together. And then, but again, that was the point of states. They basically all kind of just like had like a set. They all agreed that like they didn't have like a set, you know, and I'll say they didn't all have set values amongst themselves, but they had like things that like even like amongst values, this is like what should or shouldn't be. That was like the point of the Constitution, like freedom of speech, right to bear arms, XYZ, third, basically the third to like the 10th Amendments or whatever. They basically all agreed that like no matter what their borders were, this is what would not be like trespassed, no matter who the citizen was, right? um and that's really, I'll say, the few things they kind of got right. It's like outside of that, it was just like inside your state, whatever goes on, we really don't care, so long as you don't violate, at least from what I understand, those first 10 were the ones that actually wrote I'll say the first 10 amendments to say the Constitution. So like what's going to eventually have to happen is like Africans in general are going to have to gather together and like agree upon what are rights, what are the things that like no matter what happens, like so long as it's one of us and our citizens are meant like in within our borders, what does a person have the right to do? What and I mean this in the sense like, because those are essentially like extensions of values. Like what do we agree upon that like within our I'll say within our borders or whatever, that like no man should do to to another person, or I'll say to another person, and what should no government entity do to another person. Like and that's like that will eventually have to happen, let's say, if you were all to become one country per se, with like a shared language and culture or whatever. You're essentially going to have to essentially eventually, and again, this is like, and I'm not saying to erase it, you should keep a history and an account of where these people and groups come from. You should keep the language preserved, but at the same time, it's like you all need to come together and come to a decision on like what are the rights that like your people agree upon. Because like the thing is like even like the EU, right, or the European Union, it eventually, it was essentially like an answer to like the American dollar. It was like an economic I'll say an economic agreement amongst the European Union to basically like combat the American dollar. But the reality of it is like none of them shared a shared history or culture. If you've like understood like if you like spend enough time amongst like Europeans, they don't actually like each other that much, just in general. Like they have like varying views of like each other. They all speak different languages and they have different values. um and that's really the reality of it. Like they weren't forced to assimilate or forced to like come together. Like for example, like if you look like on a like a micro scale, right? How the Franks come into I'll say the French came to be. It was originally the Chatti, like a number of tribes basically comprising of the Chatti, the Almani, and the Alamani, right? And they were basically formed in like they were essentially forced together, right? To combat what was at the time the Roman Empire. Like they were kind of like forced in that spot by the Romans, or that's usually the two options. Usually, an opposing force forces them into this, or uh, essentially like one dominates the other. And this happens to be a situation where like there's like a giant opposing force amongst Africans, generally speaking, and they kind of have plans for you, but you all don't have the same plans for each other. So it's like, ideally speaking, it would be, and again, ideal, because they don't have good in their mind for you. They just have their own self-interest per se. That's like, well, at the very least, like you could at least come together and decide like, okay, this is like what we're going to communicate with each other with. This is what we're going to deal with each other with, generally speaking. And like because we all agree we don't just want to become another colony of like, say, these people. And when I say these people, it could be the West, it could be China, it could be whoever basically is coming to your lands and offering like basically, I'll say, not the best for your people. And this is just what I've kind of like come to at least when it comes to like that specifically. That's what I would do, at least when it comes to like regarding, again, uh tribal politics. I wouldn't want to just erase identity per se. Like you could like hold it up ostensibly, like in the same way that like the average American holds them up ostensibly. And there was a time when like at least culturally speaking, an American was just like an American. But at this point, like we've kind of like, and I've been like pondering, right? What was the substance that kind of like pushed the American, like the average American, apart? Because like at this point, like no person in like, say, Texas or Arkansas or Oklahoma has anything in common with like the average person in like, say, California, right? The only thing they have in common is that they both speak English. And that's not enough. You have to agree upon values. You have to like say what is like and again, this is why I kind of like brought it up, the African's right. Like, do you have any idea of like what is right and what is wrong in like say the average African's eyes? Because like values aren't universal. And this is probably why, probably I would say the biggest reason why I would say I'm probably not necessarily like a Pan-African. It's because like I don't necessarily is the idea of like one nation, one people, one currency a good idea? Do I wish it could happen? Absolutely, right? But at the same time, I understand that like values aren't necessarily universal, because one nation is like a number of people with the same ideas, values, background. I'll say like history, and I would say like culture and language. Language isn't enough, culture isn't necessarily enough, but like history isn't necessarily enough, but put together they're all pretty much everything that you need. Like again, I can make a nation with anybody, so long as like they're pretty much, their values are the same and I can communicate with you. So again, if I would say the Lord of per se Africa, right? I would say like make an account of every language, history, culture, and people, and basically build a library so that like whoever wants to like know where they come from, they absolutely can. Who wants to like learn this language? And again, I would say, because like just in general, languages have like multiple uses that I would say, within the interest of your people, are worth preserving. I just don't think that, like, necessarily speaking, they should be commonplace, in the sense that, like, you should be able to just walk up, no matter what tribe, no matter what people, that you should be able to communicate with them. You should have something that, like, ties you together. And then after that, like, I feel like a war amongst yourselves is absolutely not necessary, because you have bigger threats out there. Nobody is really going to have your self-interest at heart. Like, even if, like, America burns tomorrow, right? I don't see China per se, like, honestly, I don't see them having your best interest at heart. The only thing I would say keeping China per se at bay is, like, the threat of America. It's like, typically freedom is found between, like, I would say the middle ground between opposing dictatorial forces. Typically, that's typically where it's found. Like, um, it's very rare that, like, it's found anywhere else. But I'm not going to be the person that would say that it's found anywhere else. But again, I'm sorry, I've been rambling for a bit. But does anybody have
No,
any?
no, no. It's points that we really do have to put our minds to, because as Jose asked earlier, what is a nation? We can talk about coming together, and even these nations, these are not we talk about, we don't want the influence, we want to be sovereign, make our own decisions based on the will of the people. But it was not the will of the people to have the country carved up in all these different ways. None of those nations were organically and created by by the people. So that's the first you know violation of the will of the people, so to speak. So the second thing is, like I was saying, we can talk about the interferences and so on and so forth, but what are they interfering with? Where are we going? Where do we want to go? And that's why, you can, some people call it idealism. I don't call it that. I see, the the reality fulfilled, and then you look at that and you look at what can be done better, or what is not being done. But there are realities that come closer to the ideals than others, but you still have to have that ideal. So even the ideal of manifest destiny, they believe that it was their duty to, to take over everything. The same thing with the purple bull, the doctrine of discovery. That was a doctrine that sent the Portuguese and the Spanish, and basically the Catholic Europeans, to go and conquer and enslave the whole world based on the word of the Pope. So there has to be directive. There has to be something that you're seeking, and not just saying, oh, we want to survive and we want to be free and all these nebulous things. You have to have something that is concrete. Whether you achieve it or not, that's a different thing. But that ideal has to be there. Someone said, the communist state or whatever has never been realized. Whether it has or has not, that's up to debate. But the ideal is what one starts with. You don't, hope for the best and then work towards it. You have to plan something and then work towards it. So I think that's something that we, haven't really, carved out. We don't. I can't really say what the ideal African state looks like. Not the Wakanda, comic book stuff that's there, but something that the people want, and the government can provide. So yeah, that's just questions to ponder. It's open-ended, it's complex, and we're still chipping at it. So but there has to be a vision, there has to be somewhere where we're going towards, despite whatever obstacles. Yeah.
Jose asks, "What about blood?" Like, personally, I don't care. Like, I would more than willingly offer, like, my daughter up to be, like, married to someone. If it meant, so long as we just, like, agree on, like, what should be, as at least as far as, like, values, and, like, we can communicate with each other. Like, I don't care about that. And maybe and again, I could be wrong, but so long as you don't abuse her or anything like that, and we agree on values, like, I'm more than willing, like, to just like offer my daughter up. So then at that point we are blood. That's just me. I don't know. I can't speak for everyone else, but that's just me personally.
Well,
Yeah,
in the beginning, I was looking for a word, and the word was preservation. With preservation in mind, as as umbrella over all of these aspects that we have spoken of. I think blood is one of the most important ones. So you have language, you have the village or the people, you have land or geographical location, and that's always connected to occupation. So you're either living in the bush or at the coast of the sea or a river, and that has influence on your culture, and all of that together makes a nation in my view. And so yeah, blood is a prominent one, if you ask me. But be it prominent or not, what do you think? That is what makes a nation, and that's and preservation of a nation is yeah. I think that's one of the plights in freedom. You have responsibility over yourself, and those that look after you, as you look after them. Those are unspoken rules in my world.
yeah, I agree with the. Okay, when it comes to things like what makes a nation, I think nations. I've been exposed to this school of thought where nations are not specifically nations, but governments. Governments are imposed on people that even right now, we can talk about the African borders, but just internationally, just the whole world, I think government are usually imposed on people. Nobody chooses like to be a subject to a government. Usually, if the origin of most of these governments are just imposed on people. So we should, like, I think we should just move forward from the fact that, yeah, we have now 53 countries in Africa, and now that's what we are now. And to me, what makes a nation is, you asked something. My brother, he asked something about the ideological, what the subjects of a nation, what do they have in common, what makes them have, become Americans, or what makes them, like South Africans or Nigerians. And I think everybody just wants the same thing. What does the average African want? He just wants food, he wants healthcare, he wants water, maybe shelter. These are just I think if people get the basics without extreme effort, or I think most people tend to be more, satisfied. So, but when governments, and especially African governments, fail to do this, and most of them are failing to do this, they distract you. They distract, and I see this all the time in the politics of if you just look at the politics, they start to distract you with tribal politics. They start even, and I can even see this in, I don't know, maybe I know you guys are, some of my brother here is from the US. I see this also in Americans. Like, they are poor white Americans, right? Who are distracted by the identity politics of being white, that they don't see that their own government is not providing these things as they should, but because they are distracted by white supremacy and all that, which is a form of tribal politics, because it has no ideology, but it's just purely identity. They don't see that they are part of they're the part of the people who are losing because of an incompetent government. You see how, so it has distracted them from seeing the real picture or seeing the real problem, And this is actually just a small snippet of what's happening just all over the continent in Africa, where where a politician is always a politician will always use the easiest path to power. He's going to the path of least resistance. And if the path of least resistance is tribalism, the politician will use that path. So that is just natural politician all over the world. So if you put a nation, or if you allow a crack where we are, oh my god, these guys from this place speak this language, these guys from this place speak this language, guaranteed, it's just almost guaranteed, politicians from that place, they're going to use that as a part of least resistance to get to power. But if in a place where there is no division in terms of just something like language or race, politicians now have to be like, oh, okay, now we have to think about, okay, I will provide social welfare, I will provide this and this. Now the conversation becomes even more on a higher level, because the easiest path has been taken out. Now they have to have a more difficult path just to get votes, just to get to power. So this is why I'm saying that tribes are stagnating us as just Africans. This is just my overall point. And I know we have this, and my brother spoke well at it. If we just document these things, just document these things so that people can learn, people who African historians can learn, or African students can learn. Oh yeah, by then we used to have all these tribes, all these
Yeah, you know what?
philosophies
Let's fast
within these
forward to the
tribes. But
future in
yeah,
space. And guess what? Guess who? Which people do not have the problem of tribes like we do? The people in who are taken, or who were here before, who knows. But yeah, in the diaspora, the whole tribal languages, they all speak one big whole language, from the east coast to the west coast, from Canada to whatever. And in South America, they all speak, well, Spanish for the most part, and only Brazil with their Portuguese. But they are united in the language.
yeah,
They
but you see, the diaspora is not an institution. There is no nation called diaspora nation. They don't have,
Okay,
it's not an
but
institution. They're living in
some of the
countries. They're
Africans in America, because they are a minority in the country, but in the Caribbean, they have majority English-speaking countries like the Bahamas, Barbados. Which other English-speaking
So
countries do they have there? Yeah, but Jamaica
Yeah,
is
yeah.
is the. Hmm?
And
I
Africa,
would say
Africa
the
is
issue
divided
isn't
in
the
5 regions,
institution.
and they call the diaspora the sixth region. There are efforts to make the sixth region an institution. As long as we sleep on it, it won't.
Yeah, but I'm saying that in those countries, they don't have the problem of multiple languages. They actually
Yeah,
just have
yeah,
the one. Hmm.
yes,
So for me, it's not. And again, this is just because, like, again, just a normal Black American. Like, it's not. It's not whether or not there's an institution. It's whether or not, because like at this point, like it doesn't really matter for me. It's like whether or not we agree on certain values. That's it. That's all I need. Like can I communicate with you? Do I have certain values that
yeah,
you
100%,
share?
hundred
And at
percent.
that point, it's like if we share certain values, that's all I need. We can build something. That's all I need. Like for example, like again, like um I have like West and probably also West and Central African heritage, right? We're essentially like an amalgamation of like various people taken from those areas. That and probably like maybe like a little bit of white and some of them, and again like European because slavery and like a little bit of Native American for some of them, right? But outside of that, that's pretty much like that's all we amount to genetically. When it comes to that, it's like we already share heritage. I look like you. I know what's going to happen if you're put in a certain situation simply because of what you look like. Um, at that point, if it's like, if it's in a situation where I can communicate with you, it's like, do we share values? And if that is the case, then we can build something. That's all. It doesn't matter if there's per se an institution. It's like, I can, if we share values, we already look like each other. So I know there's certain things you've dealt with, at least in a roundabout way, that I've dealt with. Then at that point, it's like, I don't need an institution. We can build, per se, an institution and even more. That's all I need, per se. And maybe, and again, this is just me speaking from my perspective. I can't speak for, like, per se, every person, per se, but this is just like where I sit. It doesn't really matter. Like the average, like, per se, Nigerian or Ghanaian or even really anybody sitting on the West African, like, portion of America, I essentially share heritage with them in some way, roundabout. Like, so if we can communicate with each other and we share values, we can essentially build something. It doesn't really matter what it is, per se. It just simplifies things in a way that, like, it doesn't. I can't. And maybe it's my mind at the moment, because it just could be where I am maybe I haven't spent enough time thinking about it, and maybe it's just like the limitations of the English language. But that's all I really need, personally.
Yeah, I have a question for my brother here. That so, if every African American, like the way they took the DNA test, right, and they found out, okay, I'm from this specific tribe in Africa, I'm from this specific tribe, because they come from maybe different specific tribes, and now they started teaching their children the language, or started learning the language, those tribal languages, and teaching their children those tribal languages. Do you feel like eventually now we have groups of African Americans who speak different languages? Or even though they do speak English, they speak different language. Do you feel like it would add more to the unity, or it will take away from the unity?
So it's a matter of who you're trying to, like, assimilate to, right? Like, let's say I learn, I don't know, and again, we'll just say, like, Yoruba, right? And I don't know it even in the slightest, right? Let's say I'm trying to learn it. Let's say I want to, like, go over, like, to, like, say, like, Nigeria, whatever, like, add it to the unity. Like, for me personally, when I meet an African, it doesn't really matter, like, where they come from. Like, just this other week, I met, like, a young woman from Zimbabwe. I was trying to teach her how to, like, navigate the Uber app so she could kind of. It was in a not so nice neighborhood, and I was trying to, like, make sure she kind of, like, knew where she was going, so she didn't, like, get, like, kidnapped or whatever, right? Um, it didn't matter for me, so long as I understood her, so long as, like, I could teach her something and show her, like, where to go, where to be, where your Uber was going to be, so that you could drive home safely. At least as far as, like, teaching, like, or, like, learning another language, what does it add to the unity? It makes it easier to communicate, if that makes sense. It kind of, like, breaks down a barrier. Does it, like, destroy, or I'll say, does it, like, make, like, a shared experience, like a shared experience? Not necessarily, because there's, like, certain things I would say that are very present in, like, African Americans that I just do not see in, I'll say, the average African, like, culturally speaking. And this is, like, I would say, I would call, per se, generational trauma. They call it, per se. There's certain things that I do see in the culture that is very present in us that just is not present in other people, right? I'm not going to pretend like that isn't there. But does it, like, per se, make it easier to communicate? Like, if I could just speak whatever language that, like, the average, like, West African speaks, like, say, like, Yoruba or Igbo, or, like, say, Twi in, like, Ghana, Ghana, that or Ghana. That's, like, a very difficult language to learn. Would it make it easier to just, like, communicate with said people? Absolutely. The issue is, like, like, how do you bring said language to said people? And then after that, it's like, do you, and again, this probably falls more on like, the people from the continent than like say people from like, the diaspora. Like, do you accept them? Because like if you've noticed a lot of the stuff I've seen in like, say African American behavior is them seeking to be accepted by people that just don't per se want them, even if they like share per se heritage, right? Like the average African American, like, has like a little bit of like, Northern European in them simply because of slavery. And this is like a Western European concept. They'll just sit there and make children with people, whether forcibly or non-forcibly or whatever, right? And then once the child comes out, the child just isn't, even if that was their own biological son or daughter, they just wouldn't accept them at all. And I don't, that doesn't have to be, because like that's not universal. That's like a very Western European concept I've learned, because it's really an outgrowth of like, the way they kind of treated, I can't remember the exact system, basically where the peasants were basically tied to the land. There's a specific name for it. Serfdom, I think that would be the word. They would
Yes, I
basically
think
just,
so.
yeah, they would basically have like children with like the female peasants, and they would have children with like, their official quote unquote wife, right?
Oh
And
no, that maybe not serfdom. Serfdom was just them being mostly servants on the land.
well, they
Maybe
would, but that was the thing. They
concubinage.
would like, I'm saying like in general, like they would essentially be like, servants tied to the land, right? And they would have like, the female servants tied to the land, the lords of the land would have children with, and they just wouldn't accept them as their own. They wouldn't accept them as like, quote unquote
Legitimate.
people. They would have their official wife or whatever.
Yes, like they're legitimate children. Yeah. Hmm.
It's like I can't fathom that. Just like, having like, your own biological child, but just simply because they're not like, they don't come from where you come from, and they're just like, well, let's say half African, right? You still have them like as property. I can't fathom that. And this is just like me. That's probably just, maybe I'm missing something or whatever, but or maybe that's just like a very Western European concept or whatever. Just like have like, children with like, women who are essentially your property, and then not treat the children as if you might would treat them, maybe you would treat them as like more than like, just the standard African, but still not, definitely not like, white per se.
Yeah, but you are human. That's the difference. You are human, so you cannot wrap your head around it. I can't either. But our problem is that we are human. And our problem is that our countries are colonial territories, and our problem is that our languages, back home it's Portuguese, in Senegal it's French, in Nigeria it's English, in South Africa it's all Dutch. The problem is over here it's Christians, over there it's Muslims, and none of these problems are ours.
The
It's
thing was, is like, even like Eastern European, because I was talking to like an Eastern European, or well, he wasn't necessarily Eastern European. He was like a grandchild of like Eastern European, right? He was basically explaining to me that like, if like the West ever like fell, he would just go back to I think it might have been Romania specifically, but like basically he was only like technically 1/4 Eastern European, but because he was like part Eastern European, he was like in the group. But that concept just doesn't exist in like Western Europe, and I just don't get it. I've been trying to wrap my head around it, like, even like being like 1/4 from the people that you come, they'll basically, okay, you can come on over, be in our country, be in the group, just be a productive citizen like the rest of us, because you descend from say these people. But like, because like Western Europe, they just don't. And
Yeah. But is the race different? Would a Romanian a quarter Romanian and three-quarter African, would he be part of the group? No.
I'd be
A
curious to know
quarter
that
Romanian,
actually.
and three-quarters Asian, be it Southern Asian or East Asian. I don't think so.
So, for example, like I'd be curious to know that. So, Alexander Pushkin, do you know who he is?
It does ring a bell, but I can't bring it home.
He's basically the grandfather of of Russian literature, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. Pushkin.
His father, or
He is
I'll say his grandfather, was a man named Abraham Anibal, and I actually told the story a while ago. But he was basically a slave brought from what is now today Cameroon, and he was kidnapped, or I guess like his village was raided. He was brought via Islamic slave traders, and he wound up being in like the a servant in the Turkish sultan's court, right?
Yeah.
And he was basically brought there because he was essentially smart and he had a knack for languages. He could pick up on a language very quick. That was his talent. And he as a child was essentially unknowingly basically feeding information to a Russian spy in like the Turkish court. And the Turks essentially found out about the spy and killed him. And when the Russians basically weren't pretty much receiving this information, they basically went after him because the Turkish spy had basically fed to them that he was getting this information from like a slave boy that was serving in like the Turkish court of the Sultan, right? So they basically sailed to Turkey, kidnapped the kid, brought him over into Turkey, and he had
Russia.
basically been adopted by what was then the I guess the Tsar at the time, the Russian Tsar. Um, Simply because he had a knack for languages and he could basically pick up on Russian. He knew Turkish. He knew I don't know what tribe in Cameroon he
He's
came
the
from.
father of Russian poetry, right? Or the Russian
His
language.
He's the grandfather of the father of Russian poetry. Alexander Pushkin was his. He was basically 1/4 black, but he was notably, as you know, our dreams are like very pronounced, and like you can tell when someone has like some of us in them.
Yeah.
Like even if they're like 1/4 like African, like it's very pronounced. Like they have typically curly hair. Their
Yeah.
lips don't like look like European lips. Their nose is very pronounced, and their tone is very different. And I don't know if you know African tone, but like I've met people who are like half Sierra Leonean, right, and half Lebanese, but their voice to other
Yeah. Yeah.
folk they
Yeah. Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. You're speaking to one.
Yeah. Um, it makes itself apparent, right? But he's again the grandfather of like less, or I'll say the father of like Russian literature, and his grandfather was like literally a slave brought from Cameroon. They pretty much accepted him. Was he as an African accepted? No. Like there would be basically he was essentially adopted by the Tsar at the time, right? And when the Tsar died, basically his assistants didn't accept him because he was black. So they sent him off to Siberia, where he basically built a bunch of forts that, from what I understand, technically exist to this day. He would essentially like at first he was basically brought over to France to basically learn modern military combat. And he had basically spent his life essentially modernizing Russia's military, right? When he came back, he had basically been injured from what a machine that he had built, whatever, during combat, and he had came back and he basically spent his life essentially modernizing Russia's military. He had built a bunch of forts in not only like West Russia, but like basically over in Siberia, because he was sent over because they didn't want to accept him because he looked like us. And he was eventually brought back when the cousin of the king that had adopted him had brought him over. She was a female at the time, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember her specific name. I have to look up the specifics of it. Very, very interesting story, because like what happened was is like not long after he had like passed, Napoleon Bonaparte had like essentially invaded Russia, and that was where he was stopped. He had essentially successfully conquered most of Europe until he went into Russia, and that was where he was stopped. It's like, oh, so that military that guy spent his whole life building up was like what eventually built him up. Because somebody had asked me about that specifically some time ago, and that was kind of like what I'd brought it up. And there was like another story again of another black slave that kind of was tied to Alexander's story, or I'll say Napoleon's story. I kind of like mixed them up. I'm sorry, but do I think like if you look like them, maybe like Alexander Pushkin. If you ask the average Eastern European, right? I had a friend that was talking to some Ukrainians some time ago. They didn't even know he was black. But he was basically known to have curly hair, features like us, skin not standard to the standard European, or I'll say like they didn't even know. But he was basically technically only 1/4 black, but his skin and his features were known to have been very different from the average European. Look him up.
Yeah, I know.
So I would say it depends. Like, I don't know that Eastern Europeans are the same as us, or I'll say their concept of things is
Oh
the same.
no! Oh,
I'll
there's
say,
a
you know what I
lot.
mean, like their concept of us, or like I'll say like their concept of things. So
No,
like,
there's a lot to say about that, about African heritage and Eastern European heritage. That they have traditions that look like some African traditions, and they say they don't know where it comes from. For example, okay, for example, my country, we have we have a music. I don't know if I can call it a genre, but it's a type of style of singing in trees instead of 4/4, right? 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, right? And it's ladies that do it in a certain way, high up in their throat, so to speak. I'm sorry again. English is not my first language, so I don't know how the names of everything. But they sing high up in their throats, and in Czechoslovakia, that's one of of their national prides. These singing ladies in the same style, it's crazy. There's something to say about, yeah, there's something to say about our heritage in Europe. Some say we pulled Europeans out of their misery and in their dark ages, and I believe it's and I believe it's more than we think. All these signs after all these wars. That these all these tribal wars that Europeans have, and still you can find those traces there. So I believe our presence was very strong. I even believe our languages are not bastardized European languages, but I believe it's the other way around. So yeah.
And speaking of which, I know you asked me last time, so let me ask Tezi while he's here. What is the Kiswahili word for music? Like I said muziki, but that sounds too much like English to be, correct. Is there another word for it? Tezi, if you're there.
I think I don't know. I think there's the word for song. I don't know if
Yeah, I know
that's it.
wimbo, which is more, African sounding,
Yeah.
wimbo or nyimbo, but the word music, muziki, I mean, was there no word? Even I think, I don't know if it's Arabic or not, but is there no word for music? That's a sounds seems like such a.
Okay. There is they sound in Africa. I think in Kenya, okay, Africa, each tribe has its own word for music, but because of those words for music have evolved into genres.
Mm-hmm.
So the music from this tribe, in that tribe, they used to call this music, but now it becomes a genre. Like in Swahili, it's tarabu.
Tarab,
It's
yeah, we have
tarabu. But
tarab,
that, but now it's become a genre. Now it's no longer the word for music in Swahili. It's a genre. So in Kikuyu it's mugidhi, but because Kikuyu have a specific type of it's become a genre. So that's why I think.
Okay, we're still a bit strange that we don't have a word for it, but yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah, but those were the words. Tarabu was the word for music, but they didn't know that other music, maybe other people other cultures have a different type of music. So because there's a different types of music in Africa, these words for music that each tribe had became now the word for that genre of music.
Yeah, it's funny. For the in that language, the word for music is a specific word, but when you put it beside other languages, it becomes a name of a certain style of music. Yes, it becomes a genre, right?
mm,
Did,
yeah,
did
so
I,
the
did I get
name,
that right? It's just like Muslims call God Allah, and Christians call God God or Deus or Dios or whatever, and they have fights over it. You know, they argue over the name of God, but it's just in that language. That's how you say God, right? And now they have issues about the name of. So is that on the same in the same frequency? Do I see it?
Yeah,
Yeah. So it's just in that certain tribe. The word for music is blah blah, but when you put it next to other tribes, it becomes a genre. It's natural. It's natural. You got micro and macro, and you know those kind of things is that's the beauty of diversity. I think
mhm. Yeah, I
it's
think so
it's
too.
another layer of awareness in which you can grow.
Yeah, and that's why for me, I still champion the tribes. I still champion the diversity. I think that human beings can hold multiples of identity, and they can learn to to juggle them all. I think that we can be both tribal, we can be both African, we can be both we can reach out and to our brothers in the diaspora, and we can be all those things
Yeah,
and still be.
besides tribes, inside of tribes you also have various languages, right? So for example, where I come from, right, in the north, we speak another variation, and I have to listen very tightly to somebody from the south to understand what he's speaking about, right? But you have in Senegal you have the Jola, and they have several flavors of their languages, and they don't understand each other, and still they are of the same tribe. So it's yeah, it's complicated, and it's simple at the same time, you know. Let people be, and make, if necessary, you know. In the meanwhile, I forgot the word, but constitutionalize or constitution. In the meantime, make them a constitution, right? Make them a constitution. Even those subgroups inside of those tribes. I mean, we need to start from zero. You know, this United Nation is um, the League of Nation version number two. And what is the League of Nation? It's the colonizer together, making a plan of how the world should continue with them on top. So I mean. the UN means nothing to me. But it's I believe it's the UN that guards over who is a country or not. You know, so I mean, boot the UN, uh, uh, prohibit or decimate Western media, and start with imagery. You know, it's imagery has us schizophrenic. So imagery should heal us. You know, black doctors, black scientists, black superheroes, everything. You know, black news, black. You know, move to a black country. You know, if you yeah.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you there, especially, in terms of in terms of making that change, and in terms of making those changes within your life. If you have to move, if you have to, learn a different language and so on, you don't limit yourself. There's so many other ways of experiencing the world than, the localized way, but also, be open to those experiences. So yeah.
Speaking one colonial language is a tie, right? It keeps you tied. But speaking two or three colonial languages is a whole other story, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly you are a world citizen and you can navigate in their economies.
Yeah. So for me, until we build our own system, we have to at least master the one we're in, but also with a view towards, bettering, not losing ourselves completely. You still have to remember yourself, who you are, and so on. So I still think that languages are important, and the more the better. I think not so much in terms of, say, looking at tribes as divisive, but promoting, the larger unity. I think if people see each other beyond the tribes, then they can start to see each other, as nations, as the big continent, and even across as global citizens. So I think that having that diversity is a good thing. It brings, character to the table. And for me, I also want to learn about other cultures. I also want to learn about the different cultures in Latin America, in Europe, in all these places. I don't want just to be standard. Everybody speaks the same language, and we all, just, you know, just the same. So for me, I think that the more important thing would be to promote unity despite the differences, not to limit the differences, for the larger unity. But yeah, so we can start closing out now. The the question was of why do we like them so much? Why do we follow them, not just in religion, that was just in only one aspect, but pretty much in everything, in our political economies, whether socialist or capitalist. I put both in the same, whether in our education systems, in our view of the world, even in our ideologies. We still, I still don't have, a view of the picture that we want to paint, good or bad. Where are we heading? Not just in terms of reacting to, to the forces around us, but in terms of creating something that we want to, you know, to leave behind, or to work towards. Yeah. Yeah, so with that in mind, you can take as long or as short as you wish, and just ponder upon those questions. What are we building towards? What does, our ideal future look like? Yeah, within realistic reason, of course. Yeah. Go ahead, whoever wants to go first. Oh yeah, thanks, Jose. Yeah, we'll be closing out soon too. But thanks for joining. And it was a pleasure, and you're more than welcome. And thank you all else as well for joining.
Bye bye, everyone.
Yes.
Till the next time.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Nice speaking to you.
Take care. See you as well. Okay, go on, Dang and Tezi.
Yeah, yeah, it was. Yeah, I think I've already. I don't think I have much to say. I've already said everything that I had to say. In the end of the day, people. I think in the end of the day, Africans just want the basics. Before even I don't even think before they talk about diversity in language and all that. I think Africans just want a lot of most Africans because African want access to just basic needs that are required for survival. And I feel like if they're willing to, if language is to be sacrificed, then for all that, for them to live a bit more comfortable lives or a better standard of living, to me, I don't think it's a big deal. I think these languages are not even sacrificed; they're just going to be recorded as part of our history. And for those who want to learn them, they'll be there. But in the end of the day, I think we need to look forward and deal with the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. Because sometimes, because I see it a lot, I see this nostalgia for African culture used by politicians who are not performing to reach power. And it's a tactic used all over the world. So I think we need to remove this weapon from them and from the West. Yeah, in the end of the day, that's really my point. I don't know why we admire the white person. I don't. People have different reasons, but to me, it's because it's basically wealth or something. Maybe because they're wealthy. Because I've seen poor white people. I've seen even in Africa the treatment they get. If you're like a poor white person in Africa, you would rather just go home because you will feel sorry for these people. They get the harshest treatment. They yeah. So yeah, to me, it's just a matter of wealth, and if we want to get our wealth, and we need to just get our ducks in a row, and we will no longer be admiring them. But the question is, how do we get our ducks in a row in the most realistic form? So yeah, that's it.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Asante,
having me.
Tezi. Yes, and well said, well said. And even though I disagree with your method, I do agree, with the idea towards, getting people on the same, on the same page, working towards something. And I can see, although I disagree, that our tribal divisions might be in the way. But yeah, I look forward to the day when we can, look beyond that and actually work together towards the betterment of our people everywhere. So yes, and thank you for joining and providing, always an interesting, even if with a different perspective. Yeah, everybody has a different perspective, but yeah, thank you for providing that on the ground African one. So yeah, we will look forward to the next time. And Dang, it's all on you.
Thank you for having me. I offered the ideas as in my perspective on certain things as it kind of came along. So, um, thank you for having me. That's you know, that's really all I can say at this point.
Okay, well, before you go, give us a brief outline of your view, your ideal view of where we want to go as a people. Just a short utopian.
Where we want to go as a people.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So ultimately, it depends on what the individual wants. Um, I don't really subscribe in the business of telling people what to do or what they should do per se. I only offer solutions as they I'll say I only offer solutions depending entirely upon what the individual wants, and I can't tell like what the individual wants, but I would say for sure the individual needs to kind of just like start thinking about what they want, because it seems like there's a number of people who don't actually know exactly specifically what they want out of like I'll say at least regarding the future of people that like look like us and people that kind of like have heritage where we come from. I would say first and foremost start deciding and thinking about what exactly you want, and then kind of like at least regarding your decisions and what you feel like you should do as an individual, like base those off of like what you feel like you should want. If it's like if it's what you feel like, if you feel like the dream of like say one nation, one people, um one currency, right? um there's ways to get to that, but you have to understand that like there are also sacrifices to get to that. Like you can't it's a matter of like you have to give certain things to get certain things, if that makes sense. um
Mm-hmm. Yeah, part of also what the ideal or what the aim is a strategy. The first thing is the goal. We most of the time we're stuck at the reactive phase. Somebody did this to us, so we punch back, but we don't really have a plan for winning. We only have a plan for when we're down. So the first thing is to have a plan for winning. Where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself? Even in a job, they ask you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Do you want somebody who is visionary, who is, inspiring or inspired, somebody who can see, the big plan, not, yes, it's important, as it is said, to feed your people. It's good. And I also mentioned it, the first thing that we have to do is to give people the life's necessities, water, food, clothes, all of that stuff. So and it's not a small thing either. The world has not even figured that out, not even the most developed and wealthiest countries. So this simple thing of just feeding your people and giving them a place to sleep is not such a simple thing. And so when people, other people have money to do it maybe on a different scale than us, but they have not fully solved the problem. So so you have to have an ideal of how you want it to happen. What are the African values? What does the community look like? How are people getting taken care of? What is the system for the old, the injured, the weak, how are we going to make sure everyone has is putting their best effort and working hard, and everybody is getting what they need. So those are the difficult questions, but we have to see ourselves doing it. We can't imagine always, receiving it or having someone do it for us. Or if this person doesn't do it, maybe somebody else will. What if there was nobody left but us? How are we going to start over? We have to think of those things. What if we wake up one day and it's just us and there's nobody else, or it's just you on an island? How are you going to survive? So while we think of yes, the reality is harsh and it's cruel and so on, but you still have to have a vision and a dream. And that's the first thing. Then the second is the strategy and the plan for how you're going to get there. Now, and this one, people may disagree, like the Western countries, some of them went with communism, some of them socialism, some of them capitalism, some of them, mixture, some of them, only those things in name, but in practice it's something completely different. But in any case, you have to put something forward, whether you're working towards it, or not. And yeah, that's where we have to start looking, like look ahead, not just be bogged in. And yeah, Azuli was right in his depiction of reality. Things look pretty grim and bleak right now, but unless you're willing to just sit down and crawl down and die, you still have to strategize. You still have to look beyond even you know the grimness. So
can I
yeah,
ask you something?
yeah, go ahead.
And this is just more so like on the lines of like what do you as an individual feel like, should be, and how do you feel like we should go about gathering people? And I mean, so in like, um I'll say like our people, as far as like, in like, and coming to a conclusion on what we want, like, or I'll say what we feel should be. What do you feel like should be, and how do we feel like, or how do you feel like we should go about gathering people to come to a conclusion on what we feel like should be? Because I feel like that's step one, at least as far as like what do we as individuals feel like should be. It's like,
Okay.
well, okay, maybe that's like a discussion that needs to be had, and once that a conclusion can be had about that, generally speaking, whether like, we just agree to disagree on certain things, or we come to a conclusion about it, that like,
Well,
this is what should be.
we start the discussions. I think it's too early to conclude. I think we barely even started the discussion. I think most of the discussion has been more of a reactive rather than a creative one. So in terms of the picture, it's not going to be perfect. It's flawed, and everyone should come in and put their dab of paint onto the canvas. But for me, I would think that it would be one that was primarily, firstly, based on family and extending the family as much as you can, in terms of grandparents, in terms of both vertically, through the generations, and horizontally through the addition of members. So that would be the first one. The second one is, to multiply those families into, different groupings. That's why I'm still, not so much on the tribalism, but on the family aspect of it. So it doesn't matter if you're from different tribes, as long as the family unit is strong. In terms of trade, I think that people should trade, firstly, not more than if some, more than you need to eat. So the basics should be taken care of. Everyone should have food, clothing, shelter, and so on. And if that is done within the family, that would be great. And if there's for some reason, orphans or widows or people who do not have enough familial support, then yes, um, the people in charge. And it's not just people who are abstract, it's actually people who regular people, and it's a rotating thing. There's a council of everyone has a voice, so people come together. I would basically just go back to the old system with an upgraded bureaucracy. So, the Council of Elders, who would be like a senior council, they would vote, they would cast their decision. So instead of having bicameral parliament, we would have houses of different sectors of society. So the women issues, the men issues, the young people, they have the issues. The children not so much, because children are under their parents' tutelage. But everyone else in the society should have a voice, not in the democracy, but should have, their list of, ideas, suggestions, complaints, whatever it is. And so the ideal society, everyone should be taken care of materially. And then the other thing is, but if someone wants more, they should also be allowed to have it. If someone wants to work harder to get more, they should be allowed to have it. So I'm for personal ownership of property, while having the society as as a way to, as a safety net, in a way. And then the other thing would be that you'd be given autonomy in your own, in your own house or in your own private space. So your private space is yours, and you know anything that goes on in your household, that's your responsibility, that's your duty. And yeah, and then what else? So people are taken care of. There's trade between, different communities. So you can trade there's no direct trade between individuals. So if you need let's say, yeah, we'll encourage local barter trade between people. Not that there won't be, the regular economy, but the more that people can satisfy their needs directly, the better it is for them. And then the third thing, what would it be? And then crime would not be punished. It would either be punished permanently through, the one way, or there would be exile, or there would be, through rehabilitation. So yeah, I don't know if that's yeah, that's just simply just my partial picture of it, but I think that a proper society should, firstly, the main ideal should be that everyone should have the basics of life, even if they don't deserve it. Apparently, nobody deserves to go hungry, I think. So whether it's this the basic minimum, that should be the ideal of every society, that everyone is given the basic necessities, and then what they do with that afterwards is up to them. Yeah. Okay. So Real Black Judgment says an absolute unified Africa would still break up eventually into its natural platforms, but I'd rather have Africa unite in order to self-identify than just fracture into 1,000 nations aimlessly. Yeah, I think that there should be a restructuring based on, like you said, shared values or shared history or shared ideals. So if there are people, for example, who have, as they say in marriages, irreconcilable differences, they should be allowed to mutually, separate. Maybe there's some people who, for whatever reason, for me, a perfect candidate of that would be Nigeria, where they have this deep religious and tribal divisions and tensions, and sometimes people can't just live together. But obviously, yeah, so for me, I think that we should also start rethinking the borders, how to structure them, not to change them completely, but to think of, what makes sense, because some countries, for example, maybe they are completely, landlocked, or maybe they're their borders have been drawn in such a way as to prevent commerce between one side of the country and another. Just some things to think about, but we shouldn't be afraid to change things the way they've been set. We did not set them in place, so we shouldn't be afraid to change them as we wish. So yes, so personal ownership. Yeah, we'll have more and more people, define what the picture looks like. The more we get, even people. None of these things just came by accident or by chance. The whole Constitutional Congress in Pennsylvania in America, they sat down, they argued. And I can't remember how long it was. I'm sure it was more than a couple of days. It was probably, maybe a fortnight or something. But for 2 weeks, these people came together and they argued. And it was just a small group of people. It was not the whole country, however, even if it was small, it was still big, but it was not everybody coming together and arguing. It was a few people who had a vested interest, and, they had the time, the money, the space, and they wanted to create their future. Whether it turned out exactly the way they wanted, they still, had that plan and they put it down. So people can come argue with, they said, we want a country where people are free. And then some of them say, but no, we want local autonomy as well. So it was the state's right. But they said, but no, we have to standardize everything and have one overarching government. That was the federal system. So you can have differences but still have those differences within one system. You can have tribes, and you can have tribes under a nation, or different tribes, yeah, alliances across nations. So we should start expanding our imagination and being creative, even in our you know in our social and the economical life. We cannot just simply follow. We also have to think that, what did we do, what is our character, what do we want, and then where do we want to go. So we're still costing, even this whole, we're getting the tail end of these philosophies and these political ideologies. They're not even ours. We're getting socialism when it has gone through all the religious saints and all the political revolutions and tensions and fights, the French Revolution and so on. So we're getting the nicely packaged ideologies, but we don't know what it took for it to get there. We're getting capitalism where it's now a nice bow and package. It's now neatly tied up in nice graphs and shows equation and the stock market and all this. This stuff was dirty when it was first being brought up. It was a 700 pages book by Adam Smith and subsequent ideas, and he took ideas that had already been there before and expanded on them, and same thing as others did with his ideas. So none of these things were simply brought out fully fledged, and this is something that we as Africans and diaspora Americans, Black Americans, well, not just Black Americans, Blacks everywhere, have to think about. That is going to take work, mental work. We'll have to sit down and say, what do we want? How do we get there? What are the values and principles behind it? What is the reality? Yeah, it was not easy. So yeah, we are going to have to do the work and the conversations. I'm happy that they're being had, and it's so thank you all for being a part of that. Tiger Happy says, this is what I literally suggested when we had the conversation on a model for unified Africa. Countries that want to separate have to have a mutual process and a transnational organization. Yeah, see, just think of different scenarios, situations, solutions, and so on. We don't have to do what has already been done. Sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel, yes, but sometimes you have to add a few bolts and whistles to it. So we have to also start being more flexible in our thinking, in our thinking about solutions. It's not always one or the other. Do we keep the borders, or do we go back to stuck traditionalism? We can have a modernist reality based upon traditional principles. So yeah, but I know we could go on all night when it comes to that. But yeah, let's free up our minds and our imagination. Let's try to think about solutions that some have been tried, mix up different ideas, possible solutions. See where one can go with that. The logical end to all these different scenarios. So. And you can interject, if you have a few last words before we go off. Trigger Happy says, this is why I reject both capitalism and socialism, because it took a long process of being dipped in European worldview. We already have our model and it's been attempted before. Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah, I don't subscribe to either, but I don't wholeheartedly reject either. I say that whatever works for you, like I said, the value, the principal value should be what works for the people. So if it's in that case, if it's capitalist or socialist, it's the end, not so much the means. I look at both as simply the means or the strategies of getting there. So yeah, and while there are some inherent flaws within both systems, for example, we talk about capitalism, it is based to a large extent on exploitation. The whole idea of profit, even though it might not be brutal and cruel, is still exploiting the difference between either time or space. You can buy something and keep it for a while, and then with the passage of time you'll sell it for more. Or space, take something from one place and buy it for 10 shillings and sell it for 15 elsewhere. Obviously you have done work to it. Profit is not without work, but at the same time you are still charging more than you paid. No moral judgment there. It's just a description. Okay, so I think that was quite a good summary of the points. We had a very interesting array of perspectives, and yeah, I learned a lot from everyone, and I hope you all got something from it. So if you don't have any last words, we will close out. And yeah, Dan.
No words. Just go
All
ahead and
right.
you can
Well,
feel
thank
free to
you
close
again.
out, and
Okay.
I'll
Well,
head
thank
on
you
out.
again for being here. It's been wonderful. And to everyone who was here, I'll thank you all later in the comments. But to get happy, definitely your comments are appreciated. You do contribute quite a lot in the comment section. Real Black Gentleman, thank you for being here. I know you're up for a bit, so thank you for joining. Obviously, Jose and Wendateze just up here. Melanated Goddess was in the comment section, as well as Koku from the Bitter Medicine podcast. And so, yes, definitely shout out to. We had an excellent program a few days ago on Saturday. So if you all have a chance, please go and check it out on Shoot the Breeze. We had quite a few very interesting discussions. So yes. So yeah, Bitter Medicine Saturdays on Shoot the Breeze. And of course, Bona Haguziki was here. He had to leave early, but we are happy he showed up. Ezuli. Of course, Ezuli was here at the firebrand. And we had a new person in the comments today, KX, Karibu. I hope you'll join us again, and we'll see you. Oh yes, thank you so much, Dangui. Thank you for joining, for being in the comments. Solomon Eden 777 who was here as well. We had Sankara, Ndugu Sankara, Patrice Bishop, Brother Bakari was here as well. So yeah, I hope I got everyone, and thank you all for being here. We'll see you, let's see, on the other programs on the KWAZ network. We have Brother Bakari, we have the Focused Radio, the Hash Reality podcast, and of course, Shoot the Breeze on Saturdays, I mentioned, and then with Jose, Black Pentagrammers on Friday. We had an excellent discussion a couple of weeks ago and this week as well. Okay, wow, that was a good one. And once again, we'll close out as we always do with prayer to the ancestors, a prayer of gratitude this time for an excellent conversation, for an opportunity to share knowledge, information, and wisdom with each other, and to receive the same with grace. And it's been an excellent discussion. Asante sana, kwaheri, tutaonana. Asante sana kila mtu. That means thank you, everyone, and asante to the ancestors. So with that, I bid you adieu and good day or night. Peace.